Good morning, everybody. Welcome along to this morning's BCP Licensing Committee. Planning Committee. I'm in the wrong room already today. It's a good start, isn't it? So I'm the chairman of this meeting. I'm Councillor Dave Kelsey, and I will firstly pass over to Mr. Harrod to do the introductions and housekeeping rules.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Just a little bit of housekeeping. So please note that this meeting of the Planning Committee is being recorded by the Council for live and subsequent broadcast will be published on the Council's website for a minimum of 6 months. For members of the public that are making a representation to the committee, the cameras will capture your image, and by your presence you are deemed to consent to be filmed and for the use of those images and sound recordings for webcasting and or training purposes. The meeting may also be recorded or streamed for live or subsequent broadcast by members of the public, although ultimate discretion in this matter lies with the chairman in case of disruption. Please could everyone present follow these ground rules. Only speak when invited to by the chairman. Please use the microphones on your desk when speaking, and please remember to turn them off when you're finished. If accessing the meeting via Microsoft Teams, please turn on your video function when invited to speak. Again, if accessing via Microsoft Teams and you would like to speak on an item, please do so by using the raise your hand feature in the bar at the top of the Teams window. When voting on a move, the chairman will call out each committee member's name in a roll call style and will ask the member to respond with a vote for, against or abstain. For those in the room, please note if the fire alarm sounds, you'll need to exit the building by way of the nearest available signed fire exit route and make your way to the assembly point along Bradley Road under the flyover. Finally, please ensure background noise is kept to a minimum and mobile phones and other devices are turned off or switched to silent for the duration of the meeting, including members' laptops, which means turning off laptop cameras and microphones and turning the volume down to mute to ensure there's no disruption or feedback during the meeting. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Harrod. Members here this morning, we have myself, Councillor Dave Kelsey, we have Councillor Toby Johnson, Vice Chairman, we have Councillor Steve Barron, Derek Borthwick, Simon Bull, George Farquhar, Peter Hall, Paul Hilliard, Bob Lawson, Mike Brooks, Simon McCormack, Tony O'Neill, Felicity Rice, and Councillor Tony Trent. We also have Artemis Christophe, Development Manager. We have Jocelyn Holbrook, Senior Planning Officer, who will be online, and we have various other planning officers who will be appearing as and when required. We also have our legal man, Mr. Robert Firth, and we have Nick Perrins, who is Head of Planning. Before we move on to the agenda items for this meeting this morning, we'll firstly go through to the apologies.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Apologies for absence from Councillor Malcolm Davis and also Councillor Marion Lepedevin, which takes you on to item 2, substitutes. Councillor Lepedevin is being substituted by Councillor Mike Brooke. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any declarations for items on today's agenda, please? Councillor Trent.
Yes, Chairman.
Could you use your microphone, please, Councillor Trent?
Yeah. The item regarding the site where an Audi is proposed, I have been dealing as a ward councillor for about 3.5 years with a number of complaints that have come from that site and the management of that site. So that will obviously on the item, but I don't have a interest beyond that.
Thank you. Councillor Barron.
Thank you, Chairman. Item 6D, the sloop. I'm so strongly opposed to this, it might be any surprise to you, that I won't sit on it and vote on it. But if it's okay, could I say a few words as the ward councillor?
You can indeed. Thank you,
Chairman.
Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. Just the same declaration as Councillor Trent regarding the car's quality confectionery. So,
thank you.
Yes, Chairman, just to mention, because I might have a slight conflict with 9 Avon Run Road, my colleague has called to be covering that for me, and I'll leave it there.
Thank you very much for that. So, moving on to that, do members agree to me signing minutes from previous meetings? Agree. Thank you very much. And after that, we will go on to the schedule of planning applications. But before we do that, Mr. Perrins would just like to say a few words. Thank you, Mr. Perrins.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, Planning Committee. I just want to draw attention, members' attention to the addendum sheet, which was, I think, circulated yesterday, where on the Poole and Christchurch applications, an additional recommendation has been inserted. And this is in relation to advice from Natural England in relation to phosphorus and impacts on Poole Harbour and the Avon in terms of Poole and Christchurch respectively. So there is a way forward, we believe, with a position statement emerging. It's just to highlight that before making any final decisions on these planning applications, we should just resolve the issue of significant effects on those two special protection areas and SACs. So just to highlight that's presented in the recommendations for you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Firth. So moving on, the first item on this morning's agenda is item 6A, and that is Glenfurniss Avenue Bridge. And I would ask Jocelyn if you could introduce, please.
Good morning. Thank you. I'll just share my screen. Okay, Glenfurniss Avenue Bridge. Full planning permission is sought for the demolition.
Jocelyn, we can hardly hear you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Is that better, Chair?
No, it's still very quiet.
I've got it on 100%.
Okay, we'll have to try and keep very quiet and hear you in here.
Okay, apologies. I'll try and speak louder. Okay, good morning. Glenfurniss Avenue Bridge. Full planning permission is sought for the demolition of an existing pedestrian bridge and the erection of 2 new bridges either side of a car bridge. The application has been submitted by BCP. Glenfurniss Avenue is located within the Merrick Park and Talbot Woods Conservation Area within the Bournemouth area of BCP. The railway line runs through the centre of the conservation area with Branksome Station to the west and Bournemouth Station to the east. Glenfurniss Avenue is one of the main through routes through this conservation area. The bridge in question is located approximately halfway along the 30-mile-an-hour road, and it was framed between mature vegetation on either side of this road. The bridges are identified as a positive contributor to the conservation area in the adopted appraisal. And this aerial photograph shows the leafy setting around the bridge location. There is an existing pedestrian bridge, as shown in this photograph, that provides a safe crossing over the railway line. This structure is proposed to be demolished. There is no existing pedestrian bridge on the western side of the car bridge. So the proposal involves the formation of 2 new bridges, which will enable a safe and secure cycle and pedestrian route over this railway track. These are the new bridges here. Each bridge will measure 4 metres in width, with the bridges being longer and taller than the existing car bridge in order to accord with modern day standards. And this slide shows the new bridge in green here. So the applicant has provided a drawing to show the existing services which are to be avoided, and a further reason why the bridges extend as far as they do, and also their height. And to enable this development, 19 trees are proposed to be removed. This includes a mix of trees located on network rail land and also highway land, all within this conservation area. It includes 6 Category B trees and 13 Category C trees. And the red circles on this slide indicates the trees' locations which are to be removed. So the applicant is proposing mitigation through a replanting of new trees, with a 2 tree for every 1 tree removed basis. And the location of the proposed trees planting is within 600 metres of the application site at the bridge location. And in total, there'll be 15 new trees planted on East Avenue and 24 new trees planted on Glenfurniss Avenue, with the location shown on this slide. So the avenue is pleasantly tree-lined, which gives a leafy and verdant setting to this conservation area. Following the development around the bridge, it will be mostly open due to the tree loss at the bridge site. An objection has been raised by the heritage officer and also the tree officer, with full reasons noted in the report. Now, whilst there is identified harm, the proposal does have significant benefits where walking and cycling routes are to be made safer, which should then encourage more people to use sustainable forms of transport and to reduce carbon emissions, creating a stronger sustainable travel network. Whilst there is also the visual impact to this section of Glenferness Avenue, it is classed as being less than substantial harm. And paragraph 202 of the MPPF states, where a development proposal would lead to less than substantial harm, this harm should be weighed against the public benefits. And in this instance, weight is given to that public benefit of having this safe and secure crossing, and it will also remove this pinch point that currently exists. In addition, weight is also given to the improvements to the travel network in order to reduce carbon emissions, which is in line with the Council's priority and also a strategic objection of the core strategy. So there will be 38 new trees planted as part of this application, and these trees will require maintenance in order to ensure their survival. The officer recommendation is to approve the application subject to delegated powers being transferred to the head of planning in order to secure the maintenance for these trees via an appropriate planning obligation. Thank you.
Thank you, Jocelyn. Over to Chris, please.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. So we have with us today an objector, Susan Stockwell. If you'd like to come forward to the desk, and you'll have a grand total of 5 minutes.
The public sector equality duty places a legal duty on this committee to consider the impact of every application on relevant groups with protected characteristics. Please adjourn this meeting pending the submission of a full equality impact statement dealing at a minimum with age, gender and disabilities. The following factors to be considered. Impaired vision, hearing, sense of balance and bone thinning in old age, making a wider path necessary to avoid collision and to accommodate cyclists on trikes. Women have more childcare duties and gender is a protected characteristic. For pregnant pedestrians, increased vulnerability in collision. For the very young, the need to walk or cycle alongside an adult, or be towed or carried in a cargo bike. Various relevant disabilities include impaired hearing, impaired vision, and those impairing mobility, often requiring aids, including wheelchairs. I have only the knowledge and experience of a layperson who has travelled actively both when pregnant and with small children, from which I say that the path over the bridge needs to be at least twice the width proposed. Otherwise, the cyclists will just be forced into the road, defeating the object of the exercise. People in all the groups above with protected characteristics all pay their taxes and should have equal rights, with fit young men unburdened by childcare duties.
Thank you very much. And Chairman, we also have a statement from Mr. Gary Powell on behalf of the applicant, and he writes, this is in support of, he writes, this planning application has been submitted and recommended for approval for improvements to be made to the bridge across the railway line on Glenferness Avenue to enable safer walking and cycling. The new cycle and footbridges will link in with a series of sustainable travel improvements proposed along Glenferness Avenue, including a new protected cycle tracks and new parallel to and two-can crossings. They form part of a new strategic travel route between Bournemouth Town Centre and Ferndown, connecting major housing, employment, education and retail centres along the route. It will offer people safe, green and healthy travel options to get around rather than relying on the car all the time, particularly for shorter journeys. The improvements are largely funded by a central government grant as part of the South East Dorset Transforming Cities Fund, £79 million programme awarded in March 2020. This application, as part of the TCF programme, seeks planning permission for the construction of a new cycling footbridge over the railway line to the west of the road bridge, and for the existing footbridge located to the east of the road bridge to be removed and replaced with a wider bridge to be used by both cyclists and pedestrians. The road bridge itself will remain unaltered. Currently, people cycling along Glenfernus Avenue have to cross over the railway line using the narrow 6 metre wide road bridge, which is over 120 years old. Safety is a concern, with cyclists often squeezed to the parapet walls when vehicles overtake them on the bridge. The new bridges will provide a separate safe place for people to cross the railway line away from traffic, encouraging and enabling more people to walk and cycle, with traffic flow over the bridge also expected to improve as a result of this work. The design of the bridges has been developed in close consultation with the Council's tree, ecology and planning teams to reflect the character and setting of the conservation area. The cycle ramp walls will be constructed along using red bricks to match the existing road bridge, with dark green bridge parapets and mesh to infill to maximise light and visibility for users. See artist's impressions for more details. We have proposed a comprehensive mitigation plan to address the impact on trees for the 5-year maintenance schedule, which includes details of planting, supports, mulching, weed removal and watering schedule funded by the TCF programme. Public consultation on TCF programme's Glenfernus Avenue plans was held between 24th of February and 31st of March last year. All responses were analysed and helped shape the final scheme designs. Plans for the bridges and other improvements were also presented at a public consultation event on the 10th of November 2021.
Thank you, Mr. Harry. We have no ward councillors with us today, so I'll open up debate for members. Councillor Trent.
Thank you, Chair. I welcome the construction of the cycleway and footbridge adjacent to the bridge, but there are two elements of it that concern me. One of them is the loss of 19 mature trees. If you look at it another way, that's 570 years worth of carbon capture, which is a significant loss of carbon capture when you consider that we hope to become net zero within another 20 years or so. The replacement trees won't actually have any effect on that until afterwards. And the reason for the increased number of trees being removed is the apparent steeper gradient required to avoid power cables. As far as I can tell, those power cables don't exist. In fact, I do wonder whether the person who drew up that report was doing it remotely and thinks that the railway is run not by third rail ground level, but by overhead cables. Because for the love of me, I cannot find any cables crossing that railway line within anywhere near the distance that the that the things would cover. You've also got the potential to, on one approach, by removing perhaps maximum of one tree, you already have a reasonably wide amount of pavement that could be increased so that you use the shared footway on what already exists. So whilst I support the what is being planned, what I don't support is the removal of that huge number of trees for an overhead power line which does not appear to exist, which makes me not entirely supportive of this particular proposal, but the principle of having a cycle and footway bridge either side of the main bridge, I think is not only desirable, it's essential if we want to encourage people to use it more. So that's my
Thank you, Councillor Trent. Jocelyn, would you like to come back?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Firstly, I just wanted to mention that there are no highway objections to this application. So the width is acceptable, and I've got no reasons to disagree with the local highway authority regarding the proposed widths of the new bridges, bearing in mind the existing car bridge is 6 metres and the proposed bridges each are 4 metres in width, so I'm almost satisfied with that. Secondly, regarding the cabling and the plan, I have to take that as being correct. The location of the services underground, it's been submitted with the application, so I have to accept that it on face value. I as mentioned in my report, it is on balance. I have said that there is an objection from our tree officer and conservation area due to the tree loss, but I have had to weigh it up against the fact that the new bridges are very much needed, and that's why I said in my report it is on balance. It is unfortunate that we are losing 19 trees within the conservation area. I mean, the trees are a mix of trees located on network rail land as well as highway land. So they're not all from highway land, all 19. But we are getting at least 38 replacement trees, which will help with that carbon capture. And as I said, my report is on balance. It is unfortunate to lose that number of trees. But I have, within the application process, tried to retain as many trees as possible. It's not been a light decision, putting this one recommended for an approval. So just to say that we have tried to retain more trees, but it's not possible because of the length of the bridge. Thank you.
Jocelyn, could you just confirm whether the replanting will be very young trees or semi-mature trees?
Yes, Chair. All 38 replacement trees will be heavy stock trees, which are semi-mature trees. And this is why it's really important to get the maintenance secured, because semi-mature trees do require a significant amount of maintenance, and rather than a small tree. So yeah, all trees to be replaced will be semi-mature.
Thank you, Jocelyn. Councillor Trent?
Yeah, if the high voltage cables are all underground, why would that then require the bridge to be lifted higher than it would than the level of the existing bridge, and therefore take up more room to get to it and from it? Because there are no cables that a bridge half a metre or whatever lower is going to affect. The bridge was at the same level as the existing road bridge, then I'm sure that there would be a lot of trees saved in this proposal. So, I just really want sort of clarification on why the bridge has to be lifted for cables that run underground.
Jocelyn?
It sounds like a question actually for the applicant to confirm. I'm no bridge expert. As I mentioned, we go by what's been submitted with the application as being all correct. The cross sections show the location of the high voltage electrical cables and things like that, and also the foundations that are required for the bridges. It could accord to modern day standards. Unfortunately, I haven't got a full answer to that question, as it would be something more that the applicant would know through with their engineers, the reasons why it has to be that height.
Thank you, Jocelyn. Any other members wishing to speak at this moment? Councillor Orton?
Jocelyn, can you just confirm the reason why the bridges are being replaced?
Okay, so there is only one bridge at the moment. That's a pedestrian bridge. So there is no crossing at the moment on the other side of the bridge. So at the moment, pedestrians would need to cross the road, and it is a busy road. They would have to cross the road in order to be able to go across the railway line, and cyclists at the moment all have to use the car bridge. So the reason that this application is being put forward is that there is now going to be 2 bridges, making it safe for crossing for pedestrians and cyclists on either side of the road. Thank you.
So what you're saying is the reason for the replacement of the bridges is health and safety and easy access to assist pedestrians and assist cyclists. So therefore, in my opinion, this is a good measure. Even if there are some loss of trees, the replacement more than compensates for that, in my opinion.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Hilliard.
Thank you, Chair. Justin, is there any incidents of safety concerns raised at all, near misses or accidents along that area? And has a toucan, I know in objections they mentioned toucan crossing, was that in your discussions at all?
Yes, thank you. So the applicant has provided in a supporting statement, and in that statement they have gone through a range of alternative options such as crossings, and also have looked at other ways that they could try and make the area safer, but they concluded that the 2 bridges was the best option. They've also included reports of incidents such as cyclists being injured within this section of Glenferness Avenue. As mentioned, there is a pinch point. I showed in my slide a Google image which shows actually how narrow the bridge does get. It is only 6 metres in width, so at the moment cyclists would have to pull into the road and sometimes be overtaken by cars. And so therefore this proposal is being put forward to try and improve that safety. And as mentioned, there's only 1 bridge at the moment for pedestrians, so they would have to cross at the moment, and there is no crossing there.
Okay, appreciate
Thank
that.
you.
And then the second point is, have you had confirmation that the soundness of the road bridge is true? Because I know there's lots of bridges of that age which are past their sell-by date and major works need to be done. So I wouldn't want one thing to be happening and then the main road bridge would also need to be done.
So I haven't had any confirmation about bridge because that's not a part of the application. The application is just for 2 bridges either side of the existing car bridge. So I haven't had any structural reports about the existing car bridge because that's going to remain untouched. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Farquhar.
Thank you, Chair. Just for clarification, since this is an application from BCP Council, there are a higher number of trees that are actually on Network Rail's land. Who's paying for the replacement of those trees?
Jocelyn.
So the bridges are being funded by the TCF project. The replacement trees all form part of the planning application, and we are looking to get a unilateral undertaking with the applicant to be able to secure that funding for be able to maintain the trees. But there is a condition, a part of the planning application for all the replacement trees, which will be down to the applicant's expense. Which will come from the TCF project.
So essentially, the Transforming Cities Fund is paying for the trees.
That's correct.
Thank you. My other question, it is really concerning. Why were the replacement trees proposed to be along Glenferness Avenue? I don't know East Avenue quite so much, but essentially, just looking at the diagrams here and any sort of Google view, that particular avenue enjoys an abundance of trees lining it. So what was the decision-making process as regards, you said within 600 metres of the actual site itself, to choose these 2 avenues, East Avenue and Glenferness Avenue, for the bulk of the trees that have been replaced?
So the applicant is proposing mitigation through the trees on a 1 for every 1 tree removed, 2 new trees will be replaced. So in total be 38 trees. Now, the bridge location is where all the trees are going to be removed, and normally we would require the replacement to be within the application site, therefore at the bridge location. But with all honesty, there isn't the room. Because of the length of the bridges, there isn't the room for all the replanting and also for the connecting up to the footpaths. So in order to mitigate the application, the applicant's proposing 38 trees. They have looked at the conservation area and found locations where trees are required. Glenfurniss Avenue, the nearest, we've got 5 trees going nearest to the bridge site, and then East Avenue is the nearest road to the bridge location. You know, myself and the tree officer haven't specified the locations of the trees. It's what the applicant has been put forward to show where the proposed location is for tree planting. Ultimately, we would want the tree planting to be as close as possible to the bridge site, because that's where all the trees are being removed from for mitigation. You know, it is unfortunate it's within 600 metres, but on the plus side, we are getting more trees than what's been removed. Thank you.
If I may, Chair, what consultation, if any, was done with Network Rail to replace trees actually on their land?
So the applicant's been working with Network Rail, and Network Rail were consulted as part of the planning application, and they've raised no objections to the planning application. There are no trees proposed to be on Network Rail land, so within the embankment, all the replacement trees will be on highway land, so therefore there'll be that visual impact into the conservation area, which I feel is really important. So there are no trees to be replaced within the embankment. Quite a lot of those trees might have been self-seeded, and therefore it is a benefit to get the good quality trees within this conservation area where the public can enjoy and see them flourish.
If I may, Chair, you say could have been self-seeded. I asked what consultation has been done to actually speak to Network Rail about replacing trees that are in situ at the moment in the embankment, apparently causing no issue apart from their loss. That will be the visual amenity within that particular area, to actually replace 1 for 1 those trees that are actually in that area. And you spoke about the width of the bridge, etc., but why can't they move slightly further along the embankment? But my question is that has any actual consultation been done with Network Rail to replace trees 1 for 1 on Network Rail land rather than highway land?
I'm not aware of a conversation with Network Rail with the applicant to discuss replacing of trees on Network Rail land. Just the tree report submitted a part of the application shows trees just to be on highway land, and during the consultation, Network Rail raised no objections to the application. Therefore, this issue was not progressed. Thank you.
Councillor Rice.
Thank you. Would I be able to get some comments on the issues raised by the resident Susan Stockwell to do with the width of the bridges? It was one of the first things that I noticed when looking at the planning application, was the narrowness. Like, I can appreciate that they look much better than what's there at the moment, but I'm assuming that the reason that there's not segregated cycleway throughout the length of the bridge and a separate walkway is because it's not wide enough to do that. So therefore it's become a compromise and become a shared use stretch across the bridge, which isn't ideal because you end up with this conflict of toddlers walking wherever they want to walk and cyclists coming along and having to avoid, for example. So I can appreciate the issues that she raised. Have you got any comments about that? And then the second point is just to emphasise that BH Active Travel have highlighted the use of different colour of surfacing. I don't know if that could be changed later or whether that needs to be part of the planning application, but I would just like to emphasise that they have suggested that it should be red surfacing for the cycle lane. Thank you.
Councillor.
Okay, regarding the width, just to mention again that there are no highway objections to the proposed width of the bridge, and therefore from a highway point of view they accept that it's an acceptable width for a shared pedestrian and cyclist route across that railway bridge. So I've got no reason to disagree with their comments. Secondly, regarding the colour, now the applicant has confirmed the colour is going to be grey. This has been raised by a couple of residents because I think previous plans that have been shown at the various meetings have indicated different colours, such as red, which you mentioned, or green. Given it is a conservation area, I know BH Active have looked at a red colour, such as that of Wallisdown Road, but I don't think that's really suitable for a conservation area setting. I do think a grey finish to the surface of the bridge is more appropriate to a conservation area setting, and therefore I have included that as part of a condition that it will be grey, and if that needs to be changed, it would need to be part of the application. Thank you.
Okay, that's really interesting. I'm just wondering, so it seems to be that from a planning point of view, you prefer, and from a heritage point of view, that you'd like it to be grey, but from BH Active Travel's point of view for safety, and I think in the gear change document as well from the government that it should be recommending sort of a distinguishable colour so that you reduce the risk of injuries. So I would be keen to suggest that we put forward that the condition is not that it has to be grey, and that we get more advice on that. Personally.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Brooks.
Thank you, Chair. A few observations, really. Because it's a similar situation to the single bridge over the River Stour in the approach to Wimborne, which also has a pedestrian crossing. And the single bridge is narrower than these are going to be and doesn't actually serve the cyclists or pedestrians that well. So in terms of construction and idea, I think this is a far superior proposal. I am concerned that it looks very, very heavy in appearance, and just concerned that it could perhaps have had a lighter touch, and the safety would still have, features would still have been there. And I think George has got a valid point in terms of could some of the trees actually be replanted on Network Rail's land, because it seems to me planting 600 metres away from this is too far in terms of mitigation. So I do have some concerns, but overall I would put safety ahead of anything else, and I would also put the need for encouraging more cyclists and more pedestrians, because that in turn would reduce the carbon output if we can get cars off the road. So overall I'm in favour of this, but there are inevitably a few concerns.
Thank you. Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, it's a difficult one, this one, because it's very much a balanced decision. I'm pleased that some of the comments I've heard have been made by the officer. I'm actually very pleased that the trees to be replaced are semi-mature and not saplings. That would have been a significant concern of mine. I do understand the difficulties in tree planting, and I think ultimately this being a balanced decision, what it does give us is safer access and egress for pedestrians and cyclists, to jobs, education and families. I think overall, on balance, I will support it. I think there's been comments on design, and I think I accept those comments because sadly, I think the design does lack ambition and inspiration, which I'd like to see in more of our architecture, particularly as things are replaced. Having said that, I think from my point of view, on balance, the bridge, because of the safety factors, one or two other considerations, is the right decision to support, and therefore, Chairman, I would like to propose that we move to a vote. Thank you.
Are you moving that?
I am.
Yeah, thank you very much. And do you have a seconder for that, Councillor Lawton? Thank you very much. I'll continue with members' comments at this moment in time. Councillor Barron.
Thank you, Chairman. I see a huge irony here, really, that, you know, that it's being argued that this is a help to the environment, but then they're proposing to fell so many mature trees. It just really doesn't sit well with me. I know that we can only, you know, judge what's put before us, but has it been looked at to potentially put traffic lights there? Is that possible? Because I do understand it's a pinch point, I understand it's a chicane, but this just, at the moment, we're still debating, but it just doesn't sit well with me, this application. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Barron. Jocelyn?
Thank you, Chair. I'm not aware of the traffic lights. I believe that the applicant has said that they've gone through all situations and scenarios. As mentioned in my report, it is on balance. I do accept the tree loss is unfortunate. As mentioned, also I've tried to retain as many trees as possible throughout the application, trying to push back. But you know, we have to assess what's before us. You know, in my professional opinion, I think the 38 replacement trees is a positive to the application, and I've also placed a lot of weight on the safe and secure crossings for pedestrians and cyclists. As I said, it is an on balance, but I do think that more weight, you know, it is given to the sustainable travel network as well, to try and reduce the carbon emissions, as well as securing the 38 replacement trees. Thank you.
Jocelyn, can I just ask, do you know how many of the trees that are coming out are actually from Network Rail land?
Just 1 second, that should be in my report. Chair, on page 11 of my report, there is a table, and that includes all the trees that to be removed, and it tells you which is the tree, the category, and next to it says ownership. HW is highway land, and NR is network rail.
Okay, thank you very much for that, Jocelyn. Councillor Rice.
I was just going to say that in the report it does mention about those comments from the public about suggesting traffic lights there, and since that's in the report, then I would have thought that that has specifically been considered. Certainly, just like to point out that I'm the only female member on the committee today, and the thought of holding up traffic even with traffic lights, going to the front of a queue with my 8-year-old and cycling through there, knowing that I'm holding up traffic behind me, would not persuade me to use that. Whereas separate bridges like this is exactly the type of infrastructure that is going to make the difference to people that are more at risk when they're on the road and mixing with vehicles. They just have to be separated. There's no way that you can convince people to risk their lives unless you have adequate infrastructure like this. And so I'm thoroughly supportive of it. I'm just sort of thinking, oh, it'd be nice if it was a little bit wider, because the government is saying that we have to, we're looking at targets of 50% of trips in the BCP area being done by walking and cycling. So if you just think about by 2030 this is, so if you think about the number of people that are going to be using this in the years to come, then we're hopefully looking at a lot of people. So yeah, in general, very supportive.
Thank you. And just to remind you that it's not just females that take their young children across bridges. Many fathers also have the ability to take their children across bridges. Just thought I'd point that out to you.
Absolutely, but there are significant differences in terms of interpreting danger between males and females.
Yeah, that I was, I'd say, slightly upset at Councillor Rice's comment, because as a father myself, I take my children out, and I too have felt, you know, threatened by traffic incidents. So I do understand it. I don't really see how gender has any sort of point in this debate whatsoever. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. Now, I'm in support of the motion by Councillor O'Neill. Just a few things that we haven't quite touched on in the debate yet that I wanted just to make sure had some airing regarding the heritage impacts on the bridge. It's not something I'm overly concerned about, given that at the moment the bridge is already covered on one side by a hideous rusty grey structure. It's mostly only really visible when you're on the train or down on the embankment, and I don't see that we lose anything like enough to consider refusing it based on the heritage impact, because of the significant health and safety benefits. I think that regarding the width, we are constrained by how much of that land we have access to and the power to build on. If we made it too much wider, I think we'd start impinging on private land, and it would take a significant amount of reworking of the embankment on either side to make it any wider. Having cycled along there when I used to commute along that and across that bridge, it is terrifying, especially when you're approaching it from the Wallistown side, as you have to effectively pull out into the middle of the road to fit through on the carriageways, and when you've got cars coming at you in either direction, it's you're afraid for your life for a few seconds. You just hold on and shut your eyes and hope you make it out the other side alive. So the benefits of this far away, and I think I can understand the concerns regarding the trees and things like that, but none of the objections are enough to outweigh the significant public benefits of the scheme. So I will be supporting the move. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you much. Councillor Farquhar, did you wish to come back?
Yes, Chair, if I may, it just touches on the statement or the question which came from a member of the public there, Ms. Stockwell, if I recall correctly. Just on 5 with the public sector equalities duty. Again, on consultation, I mean, there's a variety of organisations, both government and non-government organisations, that actually look at the conflict between active users and vehicular traffic, motorised vehicular traffic. Just in section 5 on the public equalities, I don't see any sort of consultation with either the government's gear change or with any of the local groups, such as the active travel groups, as regards their sort of input into what would be an ideal solution to avoid conflict between cyclists and pedestrians. Because obviously the road bridge will now be vehicles only for the majority of individuals, and as the Vice has pointed out, even an experienced cyclist is somewhat taken aback by having to go over that road side of things. As a very casual cyclist, I would prefer to use the side which is not motorised. But my question really is, what consultation has been done with the local active travel groups for how this plan could actually be improved upon, such as the colour of the paths, etc., to avoid any conflict between cyclists and pedestrians using both sides of the proposed new bridges?
Jocelyn?
Thank you, Chair. The consultation has been carried out via site notices and via a press notice, and I believe the applicant has undergone their own consultation with stakeholders. But from a planning point of view, we've consulted the statutory consultees as we would, but also through means of a press notice and also site notices as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So the answer is none for those particular groups. Thank you.
Councillor Rice.
Thank you. It was just with regards to my condition. I would like to put forwards that we remove the condition that it has to be read. so that the transport team can decide what colour surfacing they. If I've understood correctly, if we remove that condition, then the transport team can make the decision as to the colour of the surfacing later.
I would second that.
Councillor Jocelyn?
I've got concerns about the proposed colour. It is a conservation area, and I think that it needs to have a planning condition so that we can ensure that it is appropriate to the setting of the conservation area. Therefore, I think we do need a condition to make sure that it is as per the application. And if the applicant chooses to make an alteration later down the line, they can submit a variation of condition application and we can assess it on its merits then. But I would have concerns, given the setting of a conservation area, that we don't secure and understand what colour it was going to be at the meeting today. Thank you.
Jocelyn, would it be possible for you to put an advisory note on any subsequent planning permission that was to come forward, that the committee would be pleased to see a change in the colour if that was at all possible?
I can do, thanks.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Councillor Bull.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate this application is on a balance, a fine balance really, of whether we should approve it or not. I have concerns around, as raised, about the height of the bridge and why it needs to be higher. The cables there, and we're not getting an answer to that because we haven't got the expertise in the room to answer that. I am also concerned that if you try and have a cycle lane on the side that is shared with pedestrians, I've seen many occasions where people are cycling so fast, they'll either ignore the fact there's a cycle lane and carry on down the road. Okay, we can accept perhaps they're putting themselves at risk, that's up to them. But that will happen. Or they go too fast down the pedestrian bit, which could lead to a more of a calamity than we're facing at the moment. I really would like to have seen more about the options there. There are a lot of options there around traffic lights with advanced cycle, where it changes, the cycles can go first, giving them a bit of a way to get across the bridge so they're not feeling quite so vulnerable. So I'm really very torn about this one. The loss of trees, of course, is, I hate the term, is unfortunate because it's more than unfortunate. We all know where we're heading at the moment, and a few more trees here and a few more trees there. Yes, they're being replaced 2 for 1 by existing trees. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Bull. Councillor Johnson, finally.
Thank you, Chair. Just a quick one, as I forgot to mention it earlier. I think the traffic lights have been mentioned. Knowing that area as I do, with the other junctions that surround that bridge, you've got a crossroads on one side and then a T-junction on the other. If you were to install traffic lights around there, you'd end up having to put in about a 7-way system, and it would be, you'd be sat there for 20 minutes waiting for your lights to go green again, and it would slow things up. With the road as busy as it is, I think that would be a massive nuisance. And regarding the separation, we can only segregate walkers and cyclists and road users so much. All we can do is put in the infrastructure there to help them keep themselves safe. But if they're the sort of cyclist or road user who is going to ignore the rules, then there's nothing we can do, and hopefully they'll be brought to rights for that. All of us with common sense know we shouldn't walk in the road as pedestrians, but if someone's stupid enough to do it, then there's nothing really we can do without putting up a fence alongside every single road in the country. So I just don't see that there's an argument there. So no, I'll be supporting the move. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Borthwick.
Just a quickie, really. I'm surprised at how strong the horses are mentioned. I haven't noticed any horses running around Bournemouth. I don't know how many horses involved in this. It's quite. And the other thing is, if you open this up, it'd be more speed because the traffic would go down that road without the natural brake it's got at the moment. So if you open it up, what you're concentrating, you're worrying about horses and the speed. It's just an
the road width will be exactly the same as it is now.
Would it?
Yeah, it's exactly the same. The width of the road is not changing one iota. It's remaining exactly, so it's still quite narrow. So if, for example, there's a wider vehicle coming from one way, invariably that vehicle will slow down.
Do you know how many horses we're talking about?
Councillor Borthwick, can we move on? Thank you. So, members, we do have a proposal to accept the officer's recommendations on this. Like Councillor Johnson, I tend to run down Glenfernus Avenue quite a lot, and I'll be glad that I no longer have to cross over the road to get across the bridge, because I'll be able to run down both sides of the bridge. It will make life a lot easier. And I'm sure parents also feel that they'll be safer by being able to continue on both sides of the road rather than having to go across the roadway safely. And I think with the active travel and the encouraging of people using cyclists, I think this is a very, very worthwhile and a much needed improvement to the area. I think the safety of the public is essential. And I think this is something we need to move on with as soon as possible. Loss of the trees is always a bad thing, but we're going to get 38 in replacement in close proximity. So I think that will be a benefit to everyone. So members, I'll call names in turn. If you could indicate for or against, please. Councillor Barron.
Against.
Councillor Borthwick. Councillor Bull.
Against.
Councillor Farquhar.
For, and for the purposes of minutes, I would like my decision recorded, please.
Yeah. Councillor Hall.
For.
Councillor Hilliard.
For.
Councillor Lawton.
For.
Councillor Brooke. Councillor McCormack.
For.
Councillor O'Neill.
For.
Councillor Rice.
For.
Councillor Trent.
Abstain.
Councillor Johnson.
For.
And myself also for. Could I have the numbers, please?
Yes, thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chairman. I have 11 votes for, 2 against and 1 abstention.
Therefore, that planning application is granted. Thank you very much. Members, with your permission, I'm going to slightly change the running order this morning. Sophie, one of the planning officers, is rather ill, and we need to get her on before she completely fades away and dies for the day. So I am going to bring forward the item 6E for 9 Avon Run Road, if that's okay with the members. Do members agree to doing that? Yep. Thank you very much, members. Much appreciated. So in that case, we will move forward, and the application is 9 Avon Run Road. And could we have that presented, please, Sophie?
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate being moved up the agenda. Can members see my presentation?
Yeah, we can see it, Sophie.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
You might need to take it out of the slide, though.
Yeah, that's okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So this application is at 9 Avon Run Road. The proposal is to demolish the existing dwelling and erect 2 detached houses with integral garages and parking. This is an outline application, and members are only considering access and layout, with all other matters reserved. The site is currently occupied by a detached chalet bungalow. It is located within an established residential area adjacent to Avon Beach. Opposite the site, there is a sunken car park, which you can see from the aerial photograph, and the yellow area on this photo denotes the Mudderford Quay Conservation Area. Here we have the existing property and some photos of the street scene. From the photos, you can see within the stretch, properties are of a similar scale and appearance. However, slightly further to the west, we can see recent developments, in particular that at number 5, which is now a contemporary flat-roofed property. Moving on to the proposed site plan. This shows the layout of the 2 new dwellings. They respect the front building line of the existing property and the adjacent dwellings, and it only marginally projects further to the rear than the existing property, albeit they are likely to be at a 2-storey height. There are up to 2 driveway spaces for each dwelling, and the indicative floor plans show integral garages, and this level of car parking provision meets the requirement of the parking SPD. The layout does bring built form closer to the side boundaries. Number 14 to the east does have a shallow amenity space and will be affected by the development to some degree. However, the indicative elevations indicate that the side wall of the flat roof property would measure approximately 5.5 metres in height, so it's not considered to be so overbearing, and being due west of this space will unlikely result in a significant level of harm in terms of loss of light. Number 2, Island View Avenue to the northeast could be affected by large areas of glazing on the rear elevations. However, appearance is a reserved matter, and it's considered that the properties could be designed to minimise harmful overlooking. These indicative floor plans show how the properties could be laid out, with bedrooms on the ground floor and living accommodation at first floor to make the most of the sea views. As noted previously, care will need to be given to the design of the first floor fenestration to prevent harmful overlooking into the adjacent sites. Here we have some indicative sketch views submitted with part of the application. It shows how the properties could be designed as contemporary flat roof dwellings. It's been confirmed that these views show properties of a height of 5.5 metres, and they're considered to be of a suitable scale for the plot and the wider street scene. Okay, these photos are taken from the rear garden of number 9, looking towards the eastern boundary, the properties in Island View Avenue, and then number 14 here with its gable window. And these are taken from the first floor of number 9, looking towards the rear boundary, and number 7, Avon Run Road to the rear, and to the northeast, Island View Avenue in the centre, and then this one's looking westward from the site. Overall, it's considered the scheme would not adversely affect the visual amenities of the street scene or harm the setting of the adjacent conservation area. The impact on residential amenities is considered to be acceptable and will be further considered at reserved matter stage. Therefore, it's recommended for approval as set out in the report and addendum sheet. Thank you, Chairman.
Thanks, Sophie. Mr. Howard.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. We have 2 objectors registered. I've got statements from both. So the first one being from Mr. John Watkins, and he writes, Avon Run Road is a clifftop road above Fry's Cliff Beach. It comprises 26 detached properties on one side which face over the road towards the sea. The road is characterised by larger detached properties with good space between them, giving the locality an open field which benefits its location next to the Mudderford Quay Conservation Area. Number 9 is on a stretch of road comprising 4 properties with the narrowest frontages and shortest depth of plot. It was a bungalow, but the footprint and roof height have been increased to create a 2-storey house. The rest of the row are bungalows or bungalow height. The application is to demolish the house and build 2 new ones on the same plot. The side walls of the new houses will be moved closer to the left and right boundaries of the plot, and the rear building line will also be pushed backwards. There'll be a new 3rd storey on one house. The new development is completely out of character with the street scene in terms of scale, mass, bulk and height. It is contrary to policy H12 of Christchurch and East Dorset Core Strategy 2014 and SAFE policy H12 (1) of Christchurch Local Plan 2001, which only permits development which is appropriate in character, scale and design to the immediate locality. The increased height and footprint will cause a loss of light to properties to the side and behind in Avon Run Close. The new 3rd storey will overlook these properties with a loss of privacy. This detrimental effect is contrary to policy HE2 of Christchurch and East Dorset Core Strategy and H12 (2) of Christchurch Local Plan 2001, which provides the development must not affect the residential amenities of occupiers by the loss of light or privacy. Because the development is out of character with the broader street scene, there is an impact upon the adjacent Mudderford Quay Conservation Area. Policy BE5 of Christchurch Local Plan and Para 202 of the National Planning Policy Framework cover proposals for development that is outside but close to the boundaries of the conservation area. Development is permitted provided it preserves or enhances the character or appearance of the conservation area. This application has the opposite effect and is harmful. In terms of plot size, width and depth, this is one of the least suitable places on Avon Run Road for the proposed type of development. I hope it will be refused. Okay, and moving on to my second statement. This is from James and Carol Curran, and they write, this statement covers objections without quoting of official policy statements from A, the Christchurch and East Dorset Core Strategy 2012, policies HE2 and KS2, and B, Christchurch Local Plan 2001, policies BE5 and H12. Principal objections to the purely speculative development of 9 Avon Run Road are: 1. The adverse impact of the proposed development is a loss of light at various times of the day and during the year, loss of privacy by being overlooked, and loss of enjoyment of property. Properties primarily impacted are A, 8 and 14 Avon Run Road, B, 7 Avon Run Road, and C, 29 Island View Avenue. 2. The proposed two-storey building next to 14 Avon Run Road. The prospect of having a high vertical wall, even restricted to a level of 2 floors, extremely close to and the length of 14 Avon Run Road boundary is one which would have a brutal intrusion and overpowering adverse effect as to loss of light and enjoyment of property. Also, the extreme closeness of the proposed high vertical wall building to 14 Avon Run Road would exacerbate the wind tunnel currently experienced between existing buildings, causing further damage to the garden area. 3. The proposed development of 9 Avon Run Road site is an overdevelopment of the site, which is specifically designed for one building only. 4. The size and design of the proposed development of 1 3-storey and 1 2-storey houses is out of character between 2 bungalows and also for the skyline of part of Avon Run Road. 5. The submitted outline planning documentation is misleading, giving no true perception of adverse impact on neighbouring properties or reflection on the street scene. Also, in the absence of dimensions, it is not understood how the planning officer can pass accurate judgment on the acceptability of the proposed development. 6. Multiple car ownership by residents of both proposed houses highlights the inadequacy of the car parking provision. And 7. The submitted outline planning documentation depicts long, narrow buildings with no provision for side windows, thus creating dark interiors. The submission of a planning and/or retroactive application for the installation of side windows would be subject to objection, primarily for loss of privacy for adjoining properties. Thank you. And we also have with us Mr. Moyer speaking in support of.
Thank you for coming over at short notice, Mr. Moy. I appreciate your changing the schedule. Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak in support of the application for 9 Avon Run Road. The properties that are proposed in this application have been designed in terms of their layout and plot width to respect the established character of the surrounding area. Properties in Avon Run Road, particularly the properties which form the site's immediate context, have varied widths and vernacular, and you've seen that from the officer's presentation this morning. The predominant character traits is the front building line, with properties being set back a consistent distance from Avon Run Road. The proposal retains the same setback distance from Avon Run Road as the existing property and does not bring built form close to the road frontage. And you can see that from the plan which is on the screen in front of you, with the blue dashed outline being the existing property. The scale of the proposed new properties reflects that of the adjoining properties, with the proposal being 2 storeys in height and their overall height being lower than the adjacent ridge of the properties either side. It is important to understand the relationship between the application site and the adjacent Muddyford Quay conservation area. The front boundary of the application site abuts the conservation area, and as identified in your officer's report, the proposal, whilst not impacting on the conservation area, may impact on its setting. However, it is the relevance or lack of relevance in terms of the setting and the attributes of the conservation area which are key considerations. As identified in the report, the character of the adjacent part of the conservation area is an open car park. The 2008 Conservation Area Appraisal identifies that there are no important buildings, landmarks, views or spaces in the vicinity of the application site. Indeed, the Conservation Area Appraisal recommends that the section of the conservation area, shown in yellow on the screen, which adjoins the site, is removed from the conservation area as part of a review of the boundaries for that conservation area. Given this assessment, it is considered that the proposal does not impact detrimentally on the setting of the conservation area, nor indeed its special character. The officer's report has analysed the relationship with neighbouring properties and demonstrates that the proposal will not impact on the privacy or amenity of neighbouring properties. There are separation distances of circa 5 metres to number 29 Island View Avenue, and there's a comparable relationship between the proposal and the existing property with regard to number 14 Avon Run Road. To reiterate the conclusion of your officer's report, the potential impact on the living conditions of neighbouring residents has carefully been considered, and it's considered that the site can accommodate 2 properties in the form proposed, and the layout will not compromise amenities in terms of light or privacy of neighbouring properties. I hope you're able to endorse the officer's recommendation and support this proposal. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Muir. Councillor Dedman, are you online?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Can you hear me?
We can indeed. Thank you, Councillor Dedman. Over to you.
Thank you very much. Yes, thank you for giving me the chance to speak. And I'm speaking, I'm afraid, for the officers in objection to the proposal. And can I just say, Sophie, I hope you get better soon. It's very brave of you to turn up. Yes, so the officer in the papers that you've had, Chairman, has put points which would make this application acceptable. And as we know, it's only an outline. So one of the points is the principle. Well, my objection to that is that this plot should not be subdivided. I think it should be remained a plot with a building. Her second point was type and size. Again, I think it's totally wrong for this area. It will be 2 boxes squeezed into a plot, which is totally unnecessary. Layout, scale and the heritage aspect. Again, 2 dwellings is wrong and it's out of keeping with the road. I accept what Giles said, that there are various styles of dwelling up that road, which is what makes it so lovely. But I don't see that there are any squashed in ones like this. So that's that. 4, Sophie has put the residential amenity. Well, I think that that again is totally wrong. It will be cramped. They're squashed in. I don't know the proper word, Chairman, but cramped, I think it might be. 5, access. Now, this is something I do feel very strongly about because this is a totally wrong imputation of this road. It is an extremely dangerous little road. We've had tremendous problems up there. Our highways officers are forever trying to do something about it because being on the seafront, it's absolutely crammed for a lot of the year with pedestrians and cars, and there have already been a lot of concerns. And I think to have to reverse, which I think the officer is telling us that the residents would have to reverse into that, I think would just be adding to the already bad problems. Her 6th point, ecology. Well, you know, the demolition of the building, it's always to be avoided in my view. And the 7th one was the surface water draining. We're already suffering with overloads in this area. We've already got overflows resulting in sea fouling. And I would think that, I don't know whether 2 dwellings would add to that rather than the one that's already there. And I think somebody has already quoted Christchurch policy HE2, the effect on the street scene. And I think that the actual 2 dwellings look out of character, although I accept that we are only at the moment going for an outline. So to make it acceptable, the outline application, I can't see why on earth it wouldn't be one large single characterful building, similar to what is on this road, which might contain 2 flats, because then that would tie in with this implication that we've got to have more dwellings in Christchurch, which, as you know, we are not totally convinced of. So the housing figures could easily be could be added to by that. I think also, I'm sorry to call you Giles, Mr. Moore, it's just because we knew each other formally. That conservation area that you talk about possibly being removed, at the moment it isn't removed. So it does still, as far as I'm concerned, figure. And also to say there are no views, that actually looks over, not a pancake, which it looks like on the screen, it looks over a sunken area, which you don't see, right onto the sea. So there are very, very good views. So really, Chairman, I will stop now. I think the principle is totally wrong. If it was one dwelling in 2 flats, it would be far more acceptable than this. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Debon. Sophie, is there anything that you've heard that you'd like to come back on? You're muted, Sophie, sorry.
I apologise. Just in terms of the comments about, obviously we have to determine the application in front of us, and 2 houses have been put before us. So I wouldn't consider flats on this site unless I had an application in. Some comments were made in the representations about 3 stories. During the application process, the indicative floor plans and sketches were updated because I had concerns about a 3rd story. So now they are showing just 2-story properties, and you'll note in the report there is a condition restricting any new properties to be 2-story in height. So we would not be getting any 3-story dwellings. Thank you.
Thanks, Sophie. Over to members who would like to kick off on this. Councillor Hilliard, please.
Thank you, Chair. We normally see outline permissions for only access and layout for larger developments. So I don't know if I've seen it for just one residential property split. So can you just confirm, please, Sophie, the process, because a lot of reserve matters for the scale and appearance. In theory, if there's a number of objections on the final proposals, could that come to committee again, or is it reserved and it's signed off by an officer only? Thank you.
Sophie?
Yeah. Yes, thank you. So a reserve matters application will be another application that could come to committee if we had sufficient number of objections or it got called in by a ward member. So we would determine that as this, but it would only be looking at certain aspects and not the principle of the development.
Thank you. And just another separate question on the nature of Avon Run Road. They are substantial buildings on well laid out and spacious plots, as the description says. What determines in your mind the appearance of a road? Because obviously we've heard from your description that the layout is going to be pretty much up to the boundary. So is not the appearance, the spacious gone, as we hear many times, the crampedness of it? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. If you can see in front of me, this actual part of kind of Avon Run Road and
so if you present again,
sorry, can you not see that?
No, you'll stop sharing.
Sorry, I'm not sure what happened there. Bear with me. Can you see that now?
Yep, we can. Thanks,
Yeah,
Sophie.
sorry. So from this aerial photograph, you'll see this part of Avon Run Road. Plots are smaller, and the top part of Island View Avenue. And you can see the existing dwelling does project quite close to the boundaries, albeit I appreciate it is a kind of a hipped roof chalet bungalow. But in the context of this immediate street scene and the other developments that have taken place along Avon Run Road, I did not consider that having 2 plots of the proposed sizes would harm the character of the area. Thank you.
Councillor O'Neill.
Yeah, Chairman, just to declare, I don't intend taking part in this debate on the basis that the postcode I received, BA23 2BU, did not take me to this location. So I'd rather not take part. Thank you.
Other members wishing to comment on this application at this time? Councillor Farquhar.
Thank you, Chair. I'm looking on Google View just now, and obviously the officer's presentation. What's interesting is that I do believe that this is out of character for this area, and certainly when you've got conservation side of things, because on drawings or the projected sort of look and feel of the building on page 239 and 240, they're just not in character at all with the street scene as it exists just now. And what's interesting to me is that it's set in such a way that even though it's proposed to be a 3-bedroom home, the two-seater sports car on the projected drawing sort of tells to me that actually it's not in keeping with the street scene as indicative at the moment. And if you look on Google View, you'll see those types of vehicles are not there. It's more a projection, to my mind, of a developer trying to change the street scene to actually have a property where they can say, well, this is the nature of the properties that are in this particular street scene here. So therefore, let's propose something else on this one and this one and this one. To Councillor Deadman's point, then these are family homes. They are not second homes. They're not designer homes for beach living. They are family homes. So I won't be supporting the move to grant, simply because it is out of character with the actual existing street scene, and reinforced by the indicative drawings to that view.
Thank you, Councillor Farquhar. Councillor Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, I think it is out of character, and we've got H12 policy, which makes it very clear that the design should be in character and scale. And this one seems to be completely out of character with the rest of the street scene. So at this stage, I won't be able to support it. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Barron.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm glad Sophie cleared up the 3 stories problem, because I could only see 2 stories myself. The photo that Sophie had up showing 5 and 6 Avon Run Road actually shows a very similar looking property. I understand it's a bigger detached property, but it's a flat roof dwelling. It's 2 stories high. So I'm a bit torn on this one. You could argue that it is actually in keeping in some ways because of what's already there. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. Councillor Brooke.
Thank you, Chair. Two things. One, the gaps between the neighbouring properties are preserved, and therefore the principle of putting these 2 properties, whether it's 1 or 2 properties, is perfectly acceptable. What concerns me is the fact that they are presenting these properties as flat roofed, and I'm involved with a flat roof application in my own ward where I have real concerns over consistency of decision making, and consequently I'm not going to commit myself here one way or the other, because I need to be able to deal with my own application in my own ward where there's going to be a flat roof, so I'm going to abstain on this particular one.
Yeah. Any other members wishing to comment at this time? Councillor Lawson.
I do have concerns about the initial design. I don't believe that fits in with the street scene, and so I'm inclined not to vote in favour of it.
Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. Regarding this application, what we've got to remember is that this is an outline application, and therefore it's not necessarily going to be flat roofed, and that the look of it is something that will be determined later. What we're trying to determine here is just the layout of the site, whether that layout that we see there, regardless of design, is acceptable, and the access and egress from the site. The access and egress, to me, I see very little change. In fact, there's even, in my mind, an improvement, because residents now have a place to actually park their cars inside the built form, meaning there'll be more space hopefully left outside for manoeuvring. So hopefully people won't have to reverse in and out of this road. So the access and egress, I think, given there's so little change in possibility and improvement, I can't see any reason to refuse it on that. And as Councillor Brooks so eloquently pointed out, the built form, it doesn't step closer enough to the neighbouring properties for me to have particular concern. It may cover some more of the plot, but that's only because of the stepped shape of what's currently there. It only extends further into the plot at the back by the width of the wall, and again only by centimetres on either side, really. So in terms of what we're actually here to consider today, I don't see anything that could give us a planning reason to refuse. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Johnson. Any further comments? Councillor Borthwick.
Was that a proposal at the end?
Not at this time, no.
Not at this time.
No.
Oh, well, I'll propose acceptance.
Thank you, Councillor Borthwick. Councillor Hilliard, please.
I was going to propose objecting against it.
Well, Councillor Borthwick's put his move in first, so we'll go with that one first. It is a difficult one, this, isn't it? Because we are only looking at access and layout. We're not looking at the design of the building, and we must take that away from ourselves. We must not look at the design of the building, because that's not what we're doing today. There is a second bite to the cherry on that one. And I think with the access being where they can actually get their vehicles on the property, for me, that's a vast improvement. And again, Councillor Brooke mentioned a very good point about the separation between their neighbours on that. So again, I think that is equally a good point to be raised. I think on balance, I am in favour of accepting this. Obviously, we have the design to come forward at a later state where we'll all be able to make further comments on that, and I'm sure that one will come to a planning board for the design and any other parts of that application. So I will second Councillor Borthwick's move to grant that one. Are there any other comments that members would like to raise? Councillor Hilliard, please.
Thank you, Chair. So I think the report at 20, Christchurch Town Council, pretty much sums it up for me, and hopefully a few other people, because looking at the picture, and we heard that the existing property is substantial, but it had hip roofs, and the neighbours have hip roofs, so it doesn't look cramped, whereas by definition, to fit two properties onto this one plot, the properties have to be box. And it will impact the street scene, and it will impact the neighbours. So the visual we had, and again, we know that it's reserved matters, but the visual we had, there were no windows on the side, top or first floor. So yeah, it's going to impact the neighbours with the overlooking. They're going to be windows, and it's just too cramped. So no, as Christchurch Town Council, I object. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Councillor Trent, please.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I will be abstaining on this one because I didn't have time to site visit. It's been a very busy few days, and my PC that I was reading the documents on decided to fail on the documents anyway. So, you know, all the reading I can do will be what I can do at the moment, sort of thing.
Thank you very much. Any further comments before we move to a vote on this one? No. In that case, we have a move to grant this application for the design and for the layout and access. All those in favour, please say for. Those against, please say against. Councillor Barron. For. Councillor Borthwick. Councillor Bull. For. Councillor Farquhar.
Against, and for the purposes of the minutes, I'd like my vote recorded, please.
Councillor Hall.
Against.
Councillor Hilliard.
Against.
Councillor Lawson.
Having been assured that the design will come back to the planning committee, and for.
Councillor Brooke, you are abstaining?
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor McCormick?
Against.
Councillor O'Neill, you are abstaining? Councillor Rice?
Against.
Councillor Trent, you are abstaining. I myself, Councillor Kelsey, am for, and Councillor Johnson? For. Thank you very much. Could we have the numbers, please?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I have 6 votes for, 5 against, and 2 abstentions. And Councillor O'Neill did not vote.
Thank you very much. Therefore, that application is granted as stated for the officer's recommendation. Thank you very much to everyone that's taken part in that this morning. Sophie, off to bed, please, and try and get yourself fit and well again. Thank you very much for appearing
Thank
this
you very
morning.
much.
It's much appreciated.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
So members will now go back on schedule with the applications, and the next application that we'll be dealing with is item 6B. And just while we're swapping over, members will have, and residents will have noted that the legal representative left the room for the last item, and we are now swapping back to our previous legal people. Councillor Rice. Certainly can. Just a couple of minutes for members if you need a comfort break. Yeah, make it quick. Thank you very much. Before we move on to the next item, could I just ask Councillor Johnson if he wants to come back in to clarify his position on this one?
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, no, it's just to do with the wording of my declaration. Just I've been dealing with this as a ward councillor. I've been aware of it, obviously, had a couple of discussions with various people involved, but never said anything about how I feel about the application, other than the comments that I made as a member of the planning committee when it previously came a few years ago. So I've made no public comments either way, and have a completely open mind. Thank you, Chair.
And Councillor Trent, could you just clarify on your declaration, please?
Yeah, I've been dealing with this issue. I've discussed it with the police. I've raised it with enforcement, and in fact managed to get one very rare piece of enforcement work done last year regarding the use of the site. But I do feel that I have a valuable input into the history of the site and why it has got so much public support. So yeah, it's been a difficult site, and it has taken up a lot of time chasing up
could I
the
ask you
management of the site.
Sorry, Councillor, could I just ask you, has a lot of that work been to do with the site as it is now, rather than this actual application? Because I know whilst it's been a derelict site, it has caused lots of problems for residents nearby. And is that what the majority of your time has been taken up with, as opposed to dealing with this actual application?
Well, it hasn't been the application. The application is irrelevant to the problems, although it may be relevant for other reasons. But the condition of the site, the lack of security of the site and so on, which has a history to it, has all occupied myself, and problems that have arisen as a result of, for example, the foliage from the site completely overgrowing the pavement. So I've dealt with it from an enforcement point of view quite a bit, and also from the police and antisocial behaviour.
But that has nothing to actually do with this planning application?
Not related to the
so you're not closed on your minds on this application in any way, shape or form? If you are, then you can't take part.
I don't think my mind is closed, but I do feel that I need to share the history of this site, because the...
But I think the history has nothing to do with this planning application. The application is for a building to go on that site. It's not for what was there before.
It does, unfortunately, because it's the reason why so many people support this application, is to do with the management of the site and issues I've been dealing with for the last 3.5 years.
Mr. Firth, could I get some advice from you, please?
Well, Chairman, so the position is, obviously from a predetermination point of view, it's important that members don't approach applications with a closed mind in relation to an individual application. I think what Councillor Trent is saying is had some past involvement, but he can approach this with an open mind, and he's happy that he's not yet predetermined this application, and he'll hear what's being said or reach a view based on everything that's been said and what's been presented up to this point. But clearly, if he has a closed mind, that would be a different situation.
Thank you.
Twin. Yeah, I just a comment, Chairman. I don't want a history lesson. This site has been a problem. I've been involved with some of those problems. To me, it's history. The site has been levelled, prepared for a build of whatever. And I think we should concentrate on the application and the details of the application. Thank you, Chairman.
Good. In that case, let's move on. And if we could have the presentation put forward for us, please, Laura.
Can you see that okay, Chairman?
We can, thank you, Laura.
Okay. Ready to start if you're happy for me to. The site is Pars Quality Confectionery, 26 Alder Road in Branksome Pool. The proposal is to erect a discount food store and coffee shop with associated access, car parking and landscaping. The site has been vacant for some years, but was last used as a factory which manufactured sweets. Application is brought before the committee today because it's complex
policy issues and proposes a departure from the local plan, being as this is allocated for a care home and specialist accommodation homes. Also, there have been over 400 representations received in support of the application, but the application has been recommended for refusal. In terms of location and surrounding context, the site is located just off Branksome Roundabout, which is a fairly busy junction leading to Poole Road, Bournemouth Road, Ashley Road and Alder Road. The site is adjacent to Poole Retail Park and lies to the north of Homebase, which you can see there. The site also adjoins residential to the north and also within Alder Road. The existing access is on Alder Road to the west elevation. The existing access can be seen here in the top photograph. There is a significant drop in the gradient of the road, but the access and the site itself are fairly level. But as a result, the site isn't largely evident within Alder Road, and it's also surrounded by trees and shrubs around the boundary. It's more visible from the Redlands elevation, which is more open, and you can see that in the bottom photograph here. The old factory buildings have been demolished, so the site remains largely empty. Turning to the proposal, two buildings would be erected, one for the food store and another smaller building for the coffee pod. Access is proposed to the east elevation from Redlands within the retail park. Numerous trees and hedging surround the boundaries of the site. 4 trees are proposed to be removed, but these are all category C and have relatively low amenity value. 10 trees are proposed to be provided as replacement. The food store building would be modern appearance with a flat sloping roof and would have an internal floor space of just over 1,700 square metres. The coffee pod is a much smaller building and would also be modern appearance with a flat sloping roof. Both buildings are intended to meet BREEAM excellent standards. Here we have some sections showing levels and the height of the proposed buildings compared to the old factory buildings that used to be in situ. And here we have some street scene elevations. The upper picture is viewed from Redlands, and you can see the context next to the large neighbouring Homebase building. The lower picture is from Alder Road. The Homebase building is now on the right-hand side. On the left-hand side shows the relationship to the neighbouring residential properties in Alder Road. In terms of relationship to these neighbouring properties, residential properties, and those also in Runton Road behind as well, the food store would be sited closer towards the southern boundary away from those properties, which will help to minimise impact on their amenities. With the proposed access via Redlands and the retail park, the existing vehicular access to Alder Road would be closed to vehicular traffic, but retained for pedestrians and providing a route through the site to the retail park. A new pedestrian crossing is also proposed within Alder Road, and this would represent a significant highway gain. The application proposes 112 car parking spaces. The proposal would increase vehicle movements around Branksome Roundabout, and obviously it is already quite a congested junction. However, taking into account an allowance for passer-by trips, there is only likely to be a 1.7% increase on the roundabout during peak traffic on a weekday and 2.6% increase on a Saturday. This is a relatively small increase in the traffic on the network, and it would be difficult to argue this would be a severe impact. Turning to the main policy issues proposed by the proposal, the local plan allocates this site for a 70-bed care home and 30 specialist accommodation homes. It was allocated for this use because more care homes and specialist accommodation are needed to meet the needs of the ageing population in Poole. In the long term, 816 additional care or nursing home bed spaces and 3,425 additional specialist accommodation homes are required over the planned period. Unfortunately, since the start of the plan, we haven't been delivering enough care home bed spaces or specialist accommodation homes, so there is currently a shortfall in delivery. However, it is recognised that in the short term, there has been a dip in demand for care home bed spaces due to COVID. The applicant considers that the site isn't suitable or attractive enough to develop as a care home and specialist accommodation homes, and some evidence has been submitted in this respect. However, for the reasons set out in the report, it isn't considered sufficient to justify departure from the local plan, not least because the evidence isn't supported by full and proper up-to-date marketing as required by the policy. Indeed, to note, no marketing has been carried out since 2016, and significantly this means no further marketing has taken place since the last application was considered and refused, and no marketing has been carried out since it was allocated. In addition, it should also be noted that if the council were willing to accept that the site is no longer suitable for a care home and a specialist accommodation homes, it is still regarded as an isolated employment site, and in which case policy PP16 should be applied, and it would need to be demonstrated that the site is no longer suitable for continued employment use. Again, this would normally be demonstrated through full and proper up-to-date marketing, which is absent. Turning to the second planning issue, new retail should be directed towards town centres, district centres and local centres first. The site is regarded as being out of centre, i.e. it's not within any centre. As such, national and local policy requires that the proposal undergo a sequential test and impact assessment. The sequential test has been satisfactorily passed. However, the impact assessment has highlighted some concerns. Branksome Local Centre and Wallisdown Local District Centre would be impacted by the proposal because the catchment for the proposed food store overlaps with the existing food stores in those centres. As a result, trade would be drawn away from those existing food stores and significantly away from the centres. Trade drawn from the Lidl in Branksome would be significant, as you can see from the table above, but it's unlikely to have an adverse impact upon the centre as a whole. However, the situation with the existing food store at Wallisdown Centre is different because this existing food store acts as an anchor for trade within the centre. The loss of trade to the existing food store at Wallisdown would have a significant adverse impact upon the vitality and viability of the Wallisdown Centre, and there is a real likelihood that the existing food store at Wallisdown would ultimately close as a result of the proposal. To sum up, there are clearly some significant merits of the scheme, and there is a lot of public support which needs to be considered. However, it is not thought that these merits would outweigh the harm which has been identified in terms of the loss of a key strategic allocation for a care home and specialist accommodation homes, and also the impact upon the vitality and viability of the Wallisdown Centre. The application, therefore, is recommended for refusal today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Howard. Yes, thank you, Chairman. I've got a objector statement first, and this is from Mr. R. Piper, and he writes, the traffic plan prepared for the application states the following. The capacity assessment of local junctions has been undertaken and it is considered able to be accommodated on the local highway network without creating material issues or delay. Previously in the report, it said that the current roundabouts are close to capacity with queues forming and delays increasing in both peak hours. We know that this is due to congestion further down the A35. Is it not important to resolve these potential issues before adding to the problem? Anybody who tries to use these roundabouts at Redlands and Ashley Road in rush hour or weekend traffic will tell you that it can come to a standstill for some time, regularly backing up down the hill on Older Road. If we are to meet climate change figures, congestion is one thing that needs to be tackled. Cars sitting with engines running for 10 to 15 minutes is not great. If the council could come up with a highways improvement plan for this area, it would be of great benefit. In principle, I have no objection to the Aldi going in this location, but a forward-thinking council should be looking at making improvements to the highways in the area to make it a better experience for all. After all, is this not why developers have to pay the SIL and Section 106 fees? Okay, and that brings us on to Mr. Alan Williams speaking on behalf of the applicant, if you'd like to come forward.
Good morning, Chair and members of the committee. I'm Alan Williams of Planning Potential and act as the planning agent for Aldi with regards to this planning application. Here with me is Lee McCandless, Aldi's property director for this project. This application represents an exciting new future for this disused and cleared former Pars confectionery site, a future that the residents you represent support. As well as building the UK's lowest cost supermarket on people's doorstep, Aldi is wanting to invest over 12 million in Branksome through this project. Communities are facing a cost of living crisis. A new Aldi here will not solve this, but will help to alleviate it. Since the refusal of the store in 2019, we have carefully considered the reasons for refusal. We have liaised with officers for over 2 years and have continued to listen to the local community. We are therefore disappointed that officers still do not feel able to support these proposals. We have provided up-to-date retail impact analysis demonstrating the proposals will not have an adverse, significant adverse impact on existing centres, including Wallisdown Road Local Centre. Indeed, Aldi is currently exploring the expansion of their Wallisdown Road store. Furthermore, there are plenty of examples where Aldi stores successfully trade in similar proximity, including the stores at Holdenhurst Road and Palmerston Road in Bournemouth. We have also provided further evidence on the prospects of a care home on the site, robustly demonstrating that the site is not suitable for this purpose. This includes detailed analysis in a report by an independent expert, which was submitted to the Council. Indeed, despite a previous planning permission for a care home on the site, the care home developer was not able to deliver the scheme and sold the site to Aldi. The permission lapsed some time ago. All other matters, including highways, have been successfully addressed and are accepted by officers. As well as creating over 40 jobs, the proposals will improve the retail offer in the area and provide a highly sustainable development, reduce the need to travel further afield and improve pedestrian connectivity in the area. Over 758 residents have registered their support with us, with over 400 comments on the Council's application file supporting the proposals. We would like to respond to the community and provide them with the facility they want. National and local policy allow you to approve applications in cases where the benefits of the proposal significantly outweigh any perceived conflicts. We consider this is a clear case where the benefits are such that planning permission should be granted, and I urge you to support the proposals. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And finally, we have a statement in support from Barbara Bailiff, and she writes, "I'm writing as a representative of the residents of Runton Road, whose properties are immediately adjacent to the site in question. We have all lived in our homes for a long time, enduring various changes in the former factory, which have created noise, smells, and even flooding over the years. We are aware that on the pool plans, the site was allocated for a care home, and we as neighbours work closely with Frontier on their plans. However, we also know that they were unable to find an operator to run such a home, as the site is surrounded predominantly by a retail park with a limited food offer. The proposal for a medium-sized supermarket to replace the derelict industrial unit appears to us to be an appropriate alternative. We recognise that the traffic in the Branksome area is a problem, but as the retail site is flourishing, regardless of the stores who open there, it would seem that highways need to address the issues rather than restrict the opportunities which the site offers. As there are many other more attractive sites appropriate for care home development in the area, we hope the committee will recognise the opportunity that this application provides to secure an appropriate development which will improve the locality and end the uncertainty which has blighted the homes of those who live nearby. The potential developers have been very considerate regarding the low-level positioning of the buildings which suit the hilltop site, and have listened to our concerns, visited our properties to assess the impact, and thoughtfully revised their plans. We, together with many of our neighbours, think that the proposed store would be an asset to the existing retail park, whilst being sympathetic to the existing homes surrounding the site. We are asking that BCP Council Planning Committee make a positive and rapid decision following the overwhelmingly positive feedback from the public, so that the long wait we have had along with Aldi can be resolved. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Harrod. Laura, is there anything you've heard that you would like to come back on, please?
No, sir, not unless the...
No, that's fine. There'll be questions, no doubt, now from members. So, over to members. Who wants to kick off? Councillor Trent.
Yes, Chairman. I do have to give a little bit of a history lesson, because the reason why this has got so much public support is as a result of what has been done over the last few years. The local plan was published in November 2018, and the first planning application for a supermarket, for this supermarket, was put in February 2019. At this point in time, the land had been purchased complete with a security fence, which the police and other emergency services had a key code access to. It was a known county lines trading area, being close to Branksome Station, and the police had a couple of suspects living near the site that were involved in county lines drug dealing. The security fence was effectively breached. There are bits of it still there, but the actual security was taken away, and the inevitable happened, and there was a large amount of antisocial behaviour impacting on residents living around the site. The applicant then proceeded to circulate leaflets or whatever to local residents, saying that our development will sort these problems out. And I think it's important to remember that as a bit of background to all of this, because it was almost as if the problems, there was a tactic being used, which I think is a tactic we don't want to encourage to be used elsewhere. But from the point of view of the application itself, I've become a little bit more sympathetic to what is proposed, although I remain to be entirely convinced, because if you don't want to sell anything, it's quite easy not to sell anything and to sell the site, or to create a care home on the site if the site owner is not particularly interested in that and has another alternative. Then the efforts that are going to be made to achieve this are limited. As for the proposal itself, it talks about a nice, convenient local supermarket, and it talks about a coffee shop. It's actually a stone's throw away from the existing Lidl store, a very similar involvement. A little bit further on in that direction, you have a huge Tesco store. In the opposite direction, along Ashley Road, you have a Co-op and a Waitrose, and you've got all sorts of corner stores. And to the north of the site, after a long period without a food store, there's a Londis store that's been opened up on Older Parade. There's they talk about, and it's part of the selling point, about a coffee shop. A coffee shop exists actually on the upper floor of the John Lewis store in that same development, and there are numerous coffee shops and things like that in the general area. That so it's not exactly providing something that isn't there. Another point was being made about the provision of a pedestrian crossing. Well, apparently back in 2018, a pedestrian crossing was approved by the Old Pool Council in the location where a new pedestrian crossing would be provided. So it's there on the plans, but nobody's actually got round to prioritising it yet. The traffic concerns are enormous. Basically, the area from Older Road through to Bourne Valley Road is a traffic nightmare. You've got all sorts of pinch points, but the local council, both Poole and the present BCP Council, haven't made any effort to improve the situation. So it is a nightmare, and I don't quite know how you make something better by adding to it. But the other reason is about the effect on retail in other areas. My patch also represents part of Wallasdown on the Poole side of Wallasdown Road. And I know there's concern in that area at the potential loss of the Aldi store, because people believe that if there's a larger one at the opposite end of Older Road, then the one in Wallasdown will be lost. And that view gets stronger when you get north of Ashley Road onto the Bournemouth side, because once you move away from where there's a big Sainsbury's store, you get a situation where the nearest supermarket of any significance is Tesco's, right at the far end of Kingston. And you've also got a Lidl, again, it's a long way away, off Ringwood Road. So residents are concerned about losing their local branch of Aldi, because if that disappeared, then their only other alternative would be a Tesco's Express in the actual main part of Wallasdown. So I sympathise with those points of view. The actual building design, I find that quite inoffensive and no problem. But I think the mere fact that it is counter to the local plan, and that local plans are put together with a purpose in mind, the major problems in the area, the traffic problems, would only be made worse. And here figures like 2.6%, but any increase in traffic volumes and vehicles coming on and off the site would be made worse by the presence of yet another store, which whatever is said about it being available for local shoppers, it's basically will be a destination store for people doing their weekly shop. So I remain concerned about it. I see that, you know, I see there are aspects of it that are sympathetically designed, but I do feel that the departure from the local plan is something we shouldn't take lightly, because and also going back to the history of the site, if mismanaging the site to the point where it causes a nuisance in order to win over the adjacent residents to your development plans, if that catches on, then heaven help anyone who lives near a large development site where there's a potential for something that's not in the local plan, because we're already aware of methods being used to enhance support for developments and so on, and that I think could be a move too far. So I think we need to consider the effect on the local plan and the history of the site. Although, as I say, the actual physical appearance of the proposal is acceptable.
Councillor Lorne.
Thank you, Chairman. Can I ask, Laura, how long has that site been empty?
I believe the site's been empty 2016. It was shut for a couple of years. It was demolished, I think, last year. But yes, around 2016. So around.
It's been empty for 7 years, derelict for 7 years.
Yeah, it was
shut for a year or 7 years, before. And the local plan has been applied, and there's been nothing happening there.
No, so in those years, planning permission was approved for a care home and for specialist housing, which is detailed in my report. And that was subsequently why it was put forward as an allocation in the local plan at the time. That consent has now lapsed, however, but it still remains as an allocation.
Yeah, I understand that. So it was given permission for a care home to be built there, but the operator, whoever that was, declined that offer and decided to walk away.
That's correct. Yes, they sold the site to the current owners. Yeah.
So therefore, we could be sitting here another 7 years and the site will still be empty if we adhere to the local plan. I know that's speculative. I don't expect you to give an opinion. I'm giving you my opinion. In my own opinion, I know that site, although I don't live in Poole. I know that site quite well. I travel that road quite well. It has been an eyesore for a long time, and I cannot see any reason why we shouldn't approve it. So therefore, I move that we approve.
Thank you, Councillor. I will hold off on any. Yeah, please. Go ahead.
Yeah, I know this site very well and live reasonably close to it. And it's a site that, unfortunately, 2 or 3 times a week, my dear wife encourages me to visit with her. It's a site that is incomplete. There's a home sense there, a home base, a John Lewis, and 1 or 2 others, plus some leisure facilities and furnished stores. And actually, it's a very successful retail park. And this development would actually complete it. And in terms of the comment that was made earlier about John Lewis is a coffee shop, often with a long queue, and often with dissatisfied customers stating, isn't the coffee bland and the food offering questionable? There's been mention of care homes, and this site it's just come out, been allocated for a care home for some time. In fact, without any real interest or expression. A care home between Ashley Road, Bournemouth Road, Alder Road and Redlands Retail Estate makes little sense at all unless one is to make a remake of the cult film Death Race 2000. It is just illogical. And therefore, I do have concerns about staying firm with a local plan that is highly questionable in this instance. This location has been overlong in its development, and yes, there were issues when there were redundant buildings there, and there's been little or no issues since they were levelled. As for shoppers in the area, a lot of shoppers, smart shoppers, they actually don't go and shop in peak times. They shop out of peak times. They pace it because they know of the situation. I know there's a comment about it's not really a local centre. I would argue that it is very much a local centre. It's a natural extension of the Ashley Road, and it does incorporate a number of major retailers. And they're not all food retailers. They offer other value propositions. I believe this development will be absolutely right for the area, and I've had a lot of comments to the same from constituents. It would lead to a level of an increased competition, to the benefit of consumers and also to employment in the locality, recognising that a number of retail jobs are disappearing and that experience can be employed. And also leads to some significant career opportunities in retailing for those that are prepared to work and take up the cudgel. The introduction of a much needed coffee shop is required, and people do not walk down the Ashley Road towards the Waitrose area to get a cup of coffee. They look for it locally on the retail park. It would not, in my opinion, and I know this area well as well, affect significantly the Wallace Down local centre, and indeed it might even encourage it to up its game, which is long overdue. I see nothing but positive benefit, but before I finish, this thing about care homes, I do have some concern about the emotion, and it happens on the 17th of this month. I received a letter from a care home provider on another matter, but it does have some relevance. I would like to introduce myself as owner-operator of Luxury Care Group. We have 6 care homes across Bournemouth and Poole. I operate Eagles Mount Care Home, which has a capacity for 72, but has been trading around the 35 mark for well over a year. We've also acquired Merrick Rise Care Home, rebranded Kingsman House Care Home in central Bournemouth. And again, this has been operating at half capacity. I would also encourage you to contact Barchester's Care Home in Hamworthy, who have been struggling. Now, these comments are not just related to COVID. It's a complex situation. It's also related to things, or potentially things like cost, facilities, and location. But it's also located for a greater degree of joined up thinking between the public and private sectors. I actually believe this development, along with the retail park that already exists, will be of benefit to the community. It is much required. It stimulates competition and jobs. It completes a situation in the area. And it does lead to a better proposition for consumers. So I will be supporting the application. Thank you, Chairman.
Councillor Neil. Councillor Barron, please.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm normally okay with the former Borough of Paul's local plan, but on this I cannot agree that it's a suitable place for a care home. I've actually imagined a sort of heartbreaking scenario where a sibling is taking their parent to their new home, and the parent would say, "I'll be popping to the shops first, dear." You know, it's just to end up, you know, in the latter years of your life, living in the middle of Redlands, basically. I cannot support the officer's recommendation, and I will be supporting the move to approve. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much. Councillor Hilliard, please.
Thank you, Chair. I won't be supporting the move to approve. The local plan takes many years to prepare. Neighbourhood plans take many years to prepare. A lot of work is put into them, and just to say, no, ignore it, just develop, change the plan. I think the officer's done a very good report. She's clearly said, if the applicant provides evidence of the no need for care home in this location, then that's one thing. And then the next step is, if the applicant provides evidence that employment at this site is not appropriate, then the local plan would fall through and the development could be allowed. But that evidence hasn't been provided to the level we need. So I don't think we can just ignore a major document like a local plan. Thank you.
Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. On this one, I find myself torn between two pieces of myself. One is the love of black and white policy, which I've demonstrated to many people's frustration on this committee over the years, I'm sure. And the other is the factor in the common sense of the situation here. I will start by saying I think that Laura has given us and made the only recommendation that as a planning officer she could have done. I think she's come to absolutely the right conclusions with the policies that she has to work with. So, but what those policies don't factor in, as far as I'm concerned here, is any sort of common sense. And it comes down to a question of, can we as a committee overrule that policy, and knowing that a departure from a policy of this would probably lead to it being called in at a later stage. I think that the benefits of this application are massive. The highways impact. It's a much better use of the site than a care home. I certainly wouldn't want to end up in a care home right next to Redlands. I've never been a resident of a care home, but I'm not sure how many residents do tend to pop out to John Lewis on a daily basis. I think that, and then regarding the impact assessment on the other stores within the catchment area, again, they've been applied correctly, obviously, as we can see the numbers are plain, but again, you have to factor in the common sense. Are Aldi going to put in a store where all the numbers are saying it's going to force them to close another one about 1.5 miles away? I don't think so. As we heard from the applicant, whichever one it was, there are even plans to expand the other store that apparently will be closed by this. It is a really, really tricky one. I certainly don't think we could make a firm decision today to grant it. If we could, I think it would be safer to do a minded to grant, to allow the officers to get together the various conditions and things that they would need to. But again, that nagging feeling of, can we depart from a policy? I don't think it would just be an off the hand ignoring of the policy, given that it's the culmination of several years of frustration and discussion and going nowhere, frankly. And I certainly can't see that the wrong decision will be made either way. And I don't know yet whether I will support the move. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Brooke, please.
Fine, thank you, Chair. First of all, I don't see any issues at all with the design and layout of the proposal, and we'll be quite happy to go along with a grant if that were the only consideration. But there are other considerations. I think the highways one, transportation and traffic, is a significant one. The prediction that an Aldi store will close if this one is built, we can't determine that ourselves, but that is the evidence that's been provided, and therefore there is likely to be considerable increase in traffic as a result of that closure, which really is contrary to anything we would want to happen in terms of climate change and so on with the movement of cars, let alone the increase in congestion. And even if it didn't close, there's still going to be an increase in traffic from other parts of Poole to that store. So I think there is a significant issue there. The council has done the right thing. It's done the sequential. It's had the sequential testing done, and that again suggests that this would not be appropriate development. Or I believe it did do that, but there are other objections as well. Laura has highlighted that we haven't got the full evidence for going against the local plan, and the local plan is what we have to go with at this particular point in time. Yes, it is being rewritten and there will be a new one, and I do think that there is a significant need to look at the requirement of care homes and facilities for the elderly, on the basis that many care homes have been closing, others are only half occupied, and the government has been encouraging everyone to try and keep people in their own homes for as long as is possible. So there are issues there that need to be addressed, but we haven't had the full evidence that suggests that we can glibly go against the local plan at the moment. And as someone who's been involved in neighbourhood plans and contributions to local plans, I'm not prepared to go against the plan at this stage.
Thank you. Councillor Farquhar.
Thank you, Chair. I sort of come back on this one because it's to come in with very much of an open mind, and I do thank Councillor Trent for the history lesson, because I think it's important to understand what some of the pressures may well be on local residents and even this committee as regards which way they actually view it. My principal concern is the evidence has not been presented to deviate from the development plan policy. What struck me is that it's not just a care home, it's 30 adapted specialist accommodations, which was the previous grant. There is a great need for adapted homes, and we as an authority, and probably other authorities up and down the land, are not actually taking that into account when they're actually building their own stock or giving permission to developers. So there is beyond just the care home and the outlook for the care home. There is that 30 homes with adapted specialist accommodation. It is regrettable that we're in a country whereby we have the care is in some cases in the private market, so therefore they're subject to market forces which account for their revenue stream. But if we were in a different world whereby councils could actually invest in specially adapted homes, residential care, could have a revenue stream from their own residents and providing for their needs when they're actually needed them, then this would be a great opportunity for employment in a site which is predominantly set apart for employment. It's a retail park, but it is an employment site. And thinking about a care home, then there'll be far greater employment for a care home and far less traffic than it would be for a retail shop, a food shop. So I'm not minded at all to go against the officer's recommendations, because I think that we as a local authority and as a planning committee should push harder to actually make local plans, which, as my colleague has actually, Councillor Hilliard has pointed out, take a lot of time to actually develop and put into place. In the grand scheme of things, yes, it's been derelict. Yes, it has been, a site of problems and so on and so forth, but it was only demolished in 2021 and the land prepared for development. So I would not support us throwing away the local plan or going against it and going against the officer's recommendations based upon the fact that there's a quick fix to put something on a site and provide for essentially a shiny option for it to actually be used. And I would prefer if that, as a local authority, we actually look to longer term plans and how we can be more intelligent as regards how we provide for our residents and their accommodation at whatever stage and whatever their needs are in their age. So I won't be supporting the move to grant permission on that basis.
Thank you, Councillor Butler. Councillor Rice.
Thank you. Yes, I would find it hard to just completely disrespect the officer's advice on this one, given the amount of work that goes into developing the plans and the precedent that it would set. I also have concerns about the building itself is okay, I suppose, but the layout, it just doesn't strike me as in any way looking towards being a site that is focused on sustainable transportation of its customers or staff to the site, given the amount of surface area that is allocated to parking. And indeed, it's got 11 car parking spaces just allocated to its staff, which, considering it is next to a high density residential area, you would have thought that they could be looking at getting local members of staff. The bus companies also raise this as an issue due to the reliability of bus journey times with the congestion on the roundabouts that is set to increase. The reliability for bus journeys is a particular issue, and that gets worse obviously when there's congestion. And so they have raised considerable concerns. I would be concerned about air pollution for local residents as well, given the increased expectation of journeys by car. I haven't seen any, apart from the pedestrian crossing, which we have already heard is on a list to be done. We just haven't prioritised it as a council. There isn't very much else to show that they have thought very much about sustainable transport. And even though it is on a retail site, like I've seen spectacular things happen with planning when a developer wants to do it. And as we can see there, it is right next to residential housing. So I can imagine that a good architect could make it feel residential and comfortable for a care home. And so I would not support granting permission. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further comments? Councillor O'Neill, followed by Councillor Borthwick.
Yeah, just a short comment, Chairman. The reason I would vote for this is that this element of planning policy has not proven itself. And the whole reason for the planning policy to be reviewed and updated is because we all recognise it lacks precision, direction and detail. And I think this particular development, if that planning policy were not there, I think there would be a strong level of support. It is certainly supported by many constituents, and they believe it to be long overdue, and to complete the safety and security of that location and its ability to satisfy the local shopping community. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rice, you want to come back?
Yeah, sorry, I just wanted to state that I thoroughly agree with the officer's statements about it not being in a town centre location, and that we should prioritise this type of development for town centre locations exactly for the sustainable development of our towns. Somebody mentioned earlier about it being a very successful retail park, but it does depend on what you call successful. So as far as I can see, it's a very car-dominated site with maybe 90% of people arriving by car to the site, and there's a lot of evidence about how that damages local town centres. Having out of town, admittedly this is not an out of town centre, but it encourages you to feel like it's out of town because of the way that you arrive at the site, and so I feel that it's not a successful development of a town, because it contributes to the destruction of town centres and the high street and the independent shops that provide a lot more local economy to the local residents. Thank you.
Councillor O'Neill, final time.
Oh, absolutely. I think we need to get real on this. You know, let's live in the real world, not utopia. Anybody that has tried to shop in the town centre of Poole, it lacks quality, it lacks location, it lacks parking. For those that have got an interest in electrical bikes, try and do your shopping on an electric bike or a scooter. Try and actually be a mother with a load of children, got to do a weekly shop in the town centre and very little parking. It does not work. Thank you.
Any further comments? Councillor Borthwick.
Would you buy a care home in the middle of a traffic centre? If I was investing in a care home, it'd be on the outside of the town, because one thing about care homes, they always look better if they're out in the country where the residents can enjoy, you know, a quiet area. But to build a care home there, and it's proved you not have one offer of any substance to say build a care home there. It's just would be a waste of money, a bad investment.
Councillor Farquhar.
Thank you, Chair. Perhaps a question for the officer. I'm just looking through the actual the paper at the moment. There was mention in the presentation that all trees would be removed, and I believe it was 10 would be replaced. Can we have the exact numbers of the trees which would be actually felled in comparison to the trees which will be replaced, please?
Laura?
Yes, certainly, Chairman. Sorry. Additional information which shows 4 category C trees to be removed. You can see with my arrows there, they're quite small shrub trees. They're nothing special. You can see all of the remaining trees around the edging, which have got significant canopies and trunks to them. So yeah, so it's 4 trees that would be removed, and there is some replacement planting for 10 to be agreed.
Thank you, Chair. I misheard.
Councillor Bull.
Thank you, Chair. I've had no offers on my house. It's not on the market, but I've had no offers on it. If you don't market something, you're not going to get offers on it. It's as simple as that. My understanding is this site has not been marketed for care homes, certainly in the last few years. So you're not going to get an offer. No one's going to come to you if it's not been marketed. I have concerns about changing policy in a planning meeting like this, ignoring the Poole Local Plan 2018. It doesn't seem right to me that we should do that. I have obviously concerns about the traffic in that area, which has been highlighted, and about the state of the Wallisdown shopping. It is perfectly feasible for an operator to close one retail outlet because they've got a much larger, bigger one down the road. that is attracting customers. So I can't see that they wouldn't close it because it doesn't make sense. But I won't be supporting the move. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Barron.
Thank you. I think we have to also consider that in the last 3.5 years, a number of times we've sat on this committee and been asked by officers, well, it's been said, yes, it does slightly go against policy, however, applying a tilted balance and with the, for the greater gain, you're asked to deviate from a local plan. And also, we're entering into an economic downturn, and most people can't afford to do a weekly shop, going to boutique shops in a high street. So, they do go to wherever's cheaper. That's just the reality of life. And a bit of competition isn't necessarily a bad thing to keep prices a bit lower. That's just an observation. Thank you.
That being said, no further comments from any of the members. I'll just say a few small words. Firstly, on regard to the loss of business for other centres, don't think I actually agree with the officer on that. The applicant made point of it in his speech, and I'll make a point of it again, as I did last time. In Springbourne, Aldi have a store. They opened a much bigger store less than a mile away in Palmerston Road. Both stores are still completely thriving, and in fact, the Springbourne store was recently made bigger because of the capacity there. So I don't think there's a problem there with people going to other places. Having the one in Springbourne actually has made it much better for local residents because they now walk to the store rather than taking their cars so much. So I think from that point of view, people living down Alder Road and along Ashley Road will probably take the chance to walk if they're only getting a small amount of shopping, certainly. I don't think the amount of traffic issues is as bad as people think. There is also a bus stop right outside of the centre. You can literally get the bus from Poole and many areas around there. Most buses go through that crossing point on that roundabout there. Going against the local plan is never something I like to do. But I would imagine, I wasn't part of Poole then, but I would imagine that the start of that local plan probably started to take shape back in 2012, 2013, before it was originally adopted in 2018. That's a long time for a local plan to be getting going. We know that here ourselves, as Councillor Brooks said, we're working on the local one for BCP and it's taking forever to go through. A lot of things change in the time of a local plan, from the evolving of that plan to when it actually comes into force. And things change, needs change. And I, for one, do not see the need for a nursing home to be built on that site. Nursing homes, as that have been pointed out, are not full. We are losing a lot of them from one reason or another. And at this moment in time, we need to look at that and realise that we can't just keep building new ones because it's going to put other ones out of business. It's the same, you build a nursing home, it's the same situation as building a new shop, isn't it? You're scared about putting another nursing home out of business because yours is slightly more modern than theirs. So the scenario and the comparison between the two is exactly the same, in my opinion. Do you have a new nursing home? Do you have a new store? Either way, someone may lose out in the future. I think from a transport point of view, as I say, it's fine. On the sequential test, it's unfortunate that this is not seen as a centre, because as has been pointed out, you come down Ashley Road and it's there. It's literally just the crossing of a road to get to it. Ashley Road is classed as a centre. I cannot see why this would not be included in being a centre. And I think it would be a great addition to that retail park. I think it would attract other people to support the other stores that are there. You have several stores there. You have the Home Sense store. You have the gymnasium at the bottom and furniture stores. You have a big Boots down there as well. And I think having a food store there would encourage maybe other smaller units to want to go there as well. You have a home base right next door. And I think a lot of the business that would go there would be possibly passing trade. But yes, of course, it's going to attract people to go shopping there. And so I would be minded on this occasion to go against the local plan on the basis that I think the benefits of having this store there outweigh, in my opinion, the need to wait for an operator to come along to maybe at some remote instance want to build a nursing home in the middle of an industrial estate or a shopping estate, which I just don't think personally would happen. I think on other parts of the local plan we can go against a sequential test, because I think we proved that when we allowed a site down in what was the old Staples store not too many years ago, I think, where again that site was designated not to be a supermarket, but we allowed it because we thought the benefits of that site were better for local residents. And I think, again, this is a similar situation. So I will not be supporting the officer's recommendation in this one. But what I will say to the mover and seconder is that this application is too big for us to make a direct grant today. What I would recommend that you do with your move is to make that a minded move, a minded to grant, to allow officers to come up with the section 106 and any conditions that are necessary, because I for one do not wish to sit here for 2.5 hours this afternoon whilst we work out conditions to put forward on this one. I think it would be a much wiser choice if we went along those lines of making it a minded to grant, so that officers can come back with that. That can either come back to either myself and the chair, or it could come back as a one-off item on the planning agenda for members to agree those conditions. Would that be satisfactory to
I'm happy to accept that, yeah.
I'm happy to accept that. I don't think it needs to come back to the group. Quite happy for the chair to take that. And in closing, I would add, for those that may not be aware, Tesco have just made a major investment into upgrading their store. And I think a large part of that reason is that they're responding to pending competition.
On another point, would members also mind if I asked Councillor Trent to be included in that thing with the conditions, as you are the other ward councillor? Councillor Johnson here is also a ward member, and I would ask if you were, if it is minded to be granted, if you would come in with the agreement for conditions, etc.
Yes.
Yeah, you'd be happy to do that. Thank you very much.
Excuse me, Chair, could I be included in that, because there's a large representation from Penhill Ward on that?
No, I think 4 of us will be, 3 of us will be enough on that one, but I will consult with you, Councillor.
Okay, no, that's acceptable.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Firth.
Chairman, so can I just clarify a couple of things? So, obviously, Chairman, you gave a number of reasons yourself as to why you thought you'd be supporting. Are those the reasons which are being reflected by the mover and seconder? Just to clarify that. And just so members are absolutely clear what they're voting for. So it's going to be approved, essentially, subject to power being delegated, I think, to the head of planning and consultation with, and can I just list them, get the members listed, just so we know which members you want to be consulted?
Yeah, Councillor Johnson, myself, and Councillor Trent.
So that would be subject to consultation with those members to agree the conditions on 106.
Yeah, thank
terms.
you. Yeah, absolutely.
Sorry, and liaison.
Yeah, we'll consult you, don't worry.
I mean, it's, to be honest, it's in consultation with anyway, so
yeah.
that would essentially, there's no difference in consultation.
Okay. Can I just say, Chairman, to thank Laura for her report, an excellent report. She came to the conclusion, which she had no choice to, with the facts in front of her. So there's no reflection on her ability, but it was an excellent report. But there are occasions that the local plan should not be a straitjacket where we cannot do anything. Having been involved in building local plans under the old Bournemouth Council when I was looked after planning, every case should be based on its merit. Yes, you should take account of the local plan, but I totally understand how Laura has come to that conclusion, so thank you.
Okay, member, Councillor Rice.
If it was minded to be granted and it gets approved, there is a condition that has been recommended by the bus services in terms of having a 90-day bus ticket should be conditioned on the developer for new staff. How would I go about asking if that could be part of the condition?
That would be one. If it's already on there, I'm sure that will be added in as a condition. We can make sure that that one is.
Right. Okay.
Okay, members. So we'll go to what possibly will be 1 or 2 votes, and I'll call your names again. If you could indicate either for the move to grant or against. Councillor Barron.
For.
Councillor Borthwick. Councillor Bull.
Against.
Councillor Davies. Sorry, Councillor Farquhar.
Against.
Councillor Hall.
For.
Councillor Hilliard.
Against.
Councillor Lawton.
For.
Councillor Brooke.
Against.
Councillor McCormack.
Against.
Councillor O'Neill.
For.
Councillor Rice.
Against.
Councillor Trent.
Against.
Councillor Borthwick. Yep, sorry. Councillor Johnson.
For.
And Councillor Kelsey also for. Could I get the numbers, please?
Chairman, we're in a situation where it's come down to casting vote. It's 7 and 7.
In that case, my casting vote is for. Therefore, that application will go forward as granted, minded on basis of Section 106 agreements. Thank you very much for those that have taken part in that. We will go on to the next application, which may take us past the lunch break, but I'm sure we all want to move forward as we can. That next application is Purbeck Court, and this is to be presented by Frank Gently. Frank, could you share your screen, please?
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Chair, members and everyone else at committee. Chair, can you see that screen correctly?
We can, thank you, Frank.
Thank you. Right. Good afternoon. This is the planning application for 65 to 67 Boscombe Overcliff Drive. The site is also known as Purbeck Court. It's a block of flats from the 1950s. The application has been called in because of the number of representations received exceeds the scheme of delegated powers, and also a ward councillor has requested it be called in for the reasons given in the report. The site sits on the northern side of Boscombe Overcliff Drive. The property as it exists is the 3-storey, 12-flat block known as Purbeck Court. The site is elevated above the road level and has a similar depth of footprint to the neighbouring 2-storey dwellings, albeit with 3-storey wings to either end. The building has domestic scale references through features such as its pitched roof and the window arrangement. It sits comfortably alongside the existing neighbouring 2-storey dwellings, despite having balconies. Vehicle access is to the rear between 4 and 8 Rotherfield Road. No vehicle access is available from the front. Car parking garaging also sits behind the building. Slide 3 here shows the arrangements of buildings looking from the air. I can return to these slides if members need me to. Boscombe Overcliff Drive comprises a mix of original 2-storey dwellings to the north side that are gradually making way for flatted developments, typically of 4 storeys with flat roofs and contemporary appearances. Some to the west, shown here, the blue, have a 5th floor penthouse element. The architectural style is mixed, but upper floors are generally set back and with a subservient appearance. Front elevations tend to be flat, but characterised by large, wide balconies. Following permission in 2019, number 63, immediately next door, was replaced with a block of flats built in 2021. As I show you these photos, I just want members to be aware of the high-level windows that were put into the side of 63. Permission has granted earlier this year for demolition of 69 and 71, the 2 detached houses to the east of the site, and replacement with a block of 14 flats. Permission was granted for that subject to a legal agreement signed, and the developer is currently putting together discharge of conditions applications, but it hasn't commenced on site yet. Relative to this site, planning permission was not, prior approval permission was granted for 2 additional floors under permitted development rights that added 6 flats to the existing building. I'll come back to that in a moment when I show you some comparison drawings. So full planning permission is sought to demolish the existing 3-storey building and the garage structures to the rear and erect a single block of 19 flats. That's an increase of 7 flats. This will be set over 5 storeys with associated access and new basement cycle parking level. Unlike other developments along here, there will be no basement car parking. The proposal includes no affordable housing but is accompanied by the required viability appraisal, and I'll touch on that at the end of this presentation. The scheme would provide 6 3-bed units and 13 2-bed units, representing a 32-69% split. 68% split. The development density equates to 95 dwellings per hectare against the neighbourhood plan policy expectation of 100 dwellings per hectare. The proposal will be centrally sited with 5 floors with a below ground level for cycles and bin storage. Again, I'll explain this plan in more detail as we go through. The 5th story would step back 1 metre inwards from both ends of the building at the top here. The frontage would stagger back gradually in 3 steps, with similar stepped balconies across the floors, accentuating those offsets. The elevations will be broken up with square and rectangular framing and glass balconies to the front and framing to the rear, but no balconies. Glazing will be full length on the rear as well. To the sides, windows are limited in number and size, typically lighting either bedrooms or kitchens and set within rendered elevations. Remember, I pointed members to the high level windows on 63. This is to do with conflict. 63 was designed with the expectation that this site may well come forward for redevelopment, hence the high level windows in that elevation. Conditions are proposed to secure the delivery of robust materials in this harsh marine clifftop location. I touched earlier on about the prior approval for an additional 2 stories to this building. Table 3 in my report sets some comparators between the proposal and the surrounding buildings and what's been approved. This visual will hopefully assist. 63 is shown as it's been built. 69 and 71 are shown here with these blue dots as they exist, with the grey outline showing what's been approved recently. The purple dotted line shows what exists. The orange dotted line shows what's been approved under prior approval in terms of height and shape. The visual shows what's proposed. You'll see that the building is moving slightly closer to 63 and slightly further away from 69. Those dimensions are given in the report, and I can refer them to members if those are needed. The below graphic just shows a wider context along the street. So compared to what was approved under prior approval, the proposal actually falls in below that, even with plant height. With regards to proximity from rear buildings and rear windows, this aerial photograph, slightly out of date because it hasn't got the new build here, distances between 8 Rotherfield Road, this one here, and 4 Rotherfield Road would all meet the minimum requirements, and in the case of 8, significantly exceed the distances set by the residential design guides. Paragraphs 51 and 53 deal with these issues specifically. With regards to the amenity of future residents, the flats, all 19 of them, would exceed the minimum prescribed space standards internally. They all have generous balconies provided to the frontage, with the ground floor flats each having a large patio area facing the sea. During the lifetime of the application, the access and entry to the buildings has been improved, with a concierge being provided to both buildings, so both rear entrances, allowing the concierge desk to look out over the car park and afford some safety and security to the people entering. Connections have also been provided internally from the lift and lobby to the basement beneath, so that cyclists coming home won't have to go out again and come back in, and people wanting to put their rubbish out will easily be able to do that in the dry. The long ramp that was proposed initially has been removed and replaced with a staircase and a lift that will serve the bins and cycles. Moving then on that site, my click isn't working. Highways and servicing. Vehicle access is to reuse the existing access with visibility displays enhanced with shrub clearance. 1 lamppost is required to be resited, and that's located over here. That will be done at the applicant's expense and secured through 278 legal agreement. The cycle store is capable of hosting 44 spaces that are needed, with space for 2 visitor spaces at ground floor. 29 car parking spaces are required by the supplementary planning document. 25 are delivered. There's a shortfall of 4 visitor spaces. Pedestrian access is acceptable, subject to the demarcation of surfaces, and conditions to control how the lift and stairs will work on bin collection days as part of a waste management plan. Subject conditions, the highways impacts are considered acceptable with regard to paragraph 105 of the MPPF. However, the absence of 4 visitor spaces means the proposed proposal does not fully satisfy the aims of policy CS16, which I'll return to at the end. Just to touch on trees and landscaping, as it's been a topic today with Joss's application at the beginning, 2 areas of trees and planting along the rear car park entrance are to be retained, which are shown on the drawing here. This is the entrance from the rear. This copse of trees is to be retained, and on the other side, this copse, some of this is being retained. Tree surveys have been undertaken, and it is proposed to remove 4 trees further in. This is Rotherfield Road at the back here. These trees are of low quality, and 3 of them I think are hollies, and 1 is a plum tree. As compensation, 6 trees are proposed as part of the application to be introduced to the car parking area when it's regraded and re-landscaped. A cherry and a silver birch are indicated on plans, though a landscaping condition is put forward to control how those will be delivered. That concludes my visual presentation, Chair. I just want to touch on the issue of affordable housing. There's been an update since the report was published. I just want to go through quickly with reference to paragraphs 90 to 93 and 101. The affordable housing policy seeks to secure on-site affordable housing or a commuted sum, unless the applicant is capable of demonstrating that to do so would be unviable. The application did propose that no affordable housing would be provided and no contribution was proposed, and had a viability assessment. This was sent for assessment by the district valuer in May, and the response has been slightly overdue in coming. Yesterday I received a response. Although that was draft, we have negotiated with the applicant and we've double checked, and it should be issued within the next few days as a formal response to us. But members are requested in the report to consider the proposal on the basis that no affordable housing will be provided. The conclusion of this committee report offers a recommendation that members resolve to grant permission granting permission to the head of planning and officers subject to conditions, a signed legal agreement, and the LPA receiving a response from the DVO that concurs with the findings. The DVO have not concurred with the findings, and the applicant was currently failing to make any contributions by way of off-site contributions or on-site provision. So we were saying that should come back to committee. We're in the fortunate position that we have the information now, and the DVO have said they consider residual values to be there that would permit a contribution of £67,053. The applicant has agreed this in writing and is willing to pay this through a commuted sum through a legal agreement. Thus, the recommendation remains of one of approval to delegate it to officers subject to the payment being secured by Section 106. That, Chair, concludes my presentation, and I will hand over to yourself.
Thank you very much, Frank. Mr. Howard.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Starting with objectors, we've got Mr. Stanley Watts with us to speak in objection on person. He'll be sharing that with a written statement as well. So you have 2.5 minutes. Thank you, Mr. Stanley Watts.
Thank you for allowing me to speak, Chairman. Thank you for allowing me to come here in person. This plan application, if allowed today, will create one of the tallest buildings along the cliff top. Also, the planning application is going against the Boscombe and Folkestone neighbourhood plan, and is at the centre of its policy is to protect old buildings being replaced by buildings of poor quality design, which is what this plan application is. It will also harm the character of the area. Not only that, but to have this large 5-storey building just 70 metres from the cliff edge is a danger to cliff erosion. It's an overdevelopment of the site, causing overlooking and shadowing of neighbouring houses and gardens. And I would urge the Planning Committee to refuse this application. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stanley Watts. Sorry, Mr. Stanley Watts.
Okay, so the second statement or the second representation is a statement from Mr. and Mrs. Lyon, and they write, "Thank you for the opportunity to share our views to strongly object to this planning application at Purbeck Court. The proposed scheme is to replace an ageing 3-storey block of flats to not only increase the current footprint by approximately 100% but extended to the front and rear, but then in addition increase the height from 3 stories to 5 stories. Over recent years, there have been numerous examples of new flats being built on both Boscombe Overcliff Drive and Southbourne Overcliff Drive. All of these developments, without exception, have been limited to a maximum of 4 stories. This includes the recently erected flats next door, number 63, to the west side of Purbeck Court, and recently approved application to erect flats to the east of the site, numbers 67 to 71. All of the flats and houses along the coast road are currently of the same height. We are all in agreement that Purbeck Court does not need replacing. However, that replacement should not be, we are all in agreement that Purbeck Court does need replacing. However, that replacement should not be at the detriment to the coast road street scene. The proposal, as it currently stands at 5 stories, would stick out like a sore thumb in that it would be much taller than everything else along the road. Why should this application be granted at 5 stories when every other new development along the road has been delivered successfully and profitably at 4-story blocks? The easy vote for the planning committee today is just to say, what difference does the extra 5th story make? However, your vote and decision today to allow or not to allow a 5-story development on the road is a pivotal decision. A 5-story building towering over everything else not only blights the street scene for the next 100 years, but also sets a dangerous precedent to allow future developments on the coast road to try and then push even higher to 6 and 7 stories. Where is that going to stop? On behalf of the immediate neighbours to this proposed development, we would ask for your vote against this application today, and instead ask that the scheme is resubmitted with a far more reasonable and in-keeping 4-story proposal, which will provide the following benefits. Removal of the 5th story reduces the number of flats by 3, which solves a complete lack of any visitor parking spaces, as outlined in the officer report, and enables compliance to BCP parking standards, delivers a closer compliance to the Boscombe and Folkestone neighbourhood plan dwelling mix requirements. A 4-story scheme is far more in keeping to match the height of every other building on the coast road and would be acceptable to the immediate neighbours. Thank you for your time and consideration. And finally, I've got a statement from the ward count. I've also got Ken Park with us to speak in support.
Afternoon, members.
Afternoon, Mr. Park.
Right, members, this is, as far as I'm concerned, a relatively straightforward proposal for replacement of this early post-war dated block of flats with a new contemporary design block, which reflects the evolving character of the Overcliff. Both adjoining sites, if you've heard, have been replaced by replaced 2-story houses with 4-story contemporary flat blocks. This leaves the subject building as the anomaly, being the smaller one in the middle. Now, permitted development prior approval has been confirmed to form a 5-story building on the site. So that's an extra 2 stories on top of the existing building. And this 5-story block with the roof on it is the baseline for your consideration. The proposal simply seeks to provide a building with more appropriate design and appearance and significantly improved accommodation rather than the existing block with 2 additional floors on top of it. The contemporary design follows that established on both adjoining sites and elsewhere along the cliff top. The design is appropriate and acceptable and will result in an enhancement. The height is less than the prior approval scheme and thus cannot be an issue. And I accept that it's higher than buildings either side, but it's less than what could be built on the side. And the street block steps up to 4 stories either side, and then the the application scheme will be in the middle, so it's an appropriate transition in height up to the centre of the street block. The width and depth is similar to the existing building and similar to the new block on the adjoining site to the east. So again, there can be no objection to the overall scale, height, mass and design, with all the principles already established and accepted on this and on adjoining sites. The building is higher than adjoining, but less high than the permitted scheme. The plot is large and deep and can accept a building of this size. Separation to neighbours are considerable and well above the accepted norms, which ensures there is no harm to adjoining properties by way of loss of light or privacy, harm to outlook or any of those things. The development only generates low numbers of vehicle movements, and additional traffic in the area will not be discernible or affect highway safety in any way. There's only one unit above the permitted development scheme, and there's ample parking and cycle parking on site. Now, the site unusually provides an off-site contribution for affordable housing, which is rare for redevelopments of this nature. And it's able to do that because it's got rear parking and doesn't require basement parking. Most of the developments across the cliff top, the overcliff, have basement parking, which is a considerable construction cost, which renders it often economically unviable to provide affordable housing. The fact that we've got rear parking and the additional storey allows the provision of that off-site contribution. Members, there are many, many benefits of this well-designed and attractive building in this location, against which there is no harm. There is no reason not to support the proposals or the officer's recommendation, members, and I would respectfully request you on behalf of the applicants to support the recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Howard?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. A written statement from Councillor Andy Jones, and he writes, the proposed development is for a 5-storey building which significantly increases the overall height of the existing building, is completely out of keeping with the immediate surrounding buildings along the cliff top. The increase in height and overbearing nature of this development would have a hugely negative impact on the properties to the rear through loss of privacy and natural light, and therefore preventing residents from continuing to enjoy their properties as at present. Furthermore, vehicular movements to and from the site in Rotherland Road will greatly augment in what is a quiet residential road. It is clear that this application does not comply with either the Bournemouth local plan or the Boscombe and Folkestone neighbourhood plan. I therefore urge the planning board to refuse it.
Thank you. Frank, is there anything that you've heard that you would like to come back on, please?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I'll take them as I go through. Just to start on the councillors' comments there, the report does talk about the Boscombe and Folkestone neighbourhood plan, and density-wise, it complies with the policy. I think it's back one. It's below the 100 habitable DPH dwellings per hectare. The housing mix is satisfied, well, the policy is satisfied in that it's been demonstrated that to provide more family size units on this site would create problems because you'd have to go up even higher. And perhaps just to talk then about density, the second objector, the Lions, I think they were called, talked about density, it being overdevelopment and it needs to have a storey removed. The site, to provide to provide less flats on this site would not make the most sustainable use of it. The site is large, obviously because of its depth. If you provide more flats on there, or flats with more bedrooms, those bedrooms have to have windows. Those windows have to look somewhere. Then you start to look at increasing the density to make more practical use. But then that has implications for windows not having a great outlook, and not so much loss of privacy, but the internal dynamics of the building not working. So the density as it's proposed is probably getting to the maximum that it can be achieved. Neighbours have talked about concerns about loss of privacy and overshadowing. Again, the report talks about that and responds to the issue of shadowing. Due to the nature of the sun and how it rises, it's the winter months that would be of impact. But because the sun rises over the centre of the site, over the sea in the south, the shadowing is likely to be limited to early morning when the sun appears and early afternoon when the sun goes down, and be a matter of seconds or minutes. And it's long shadows across gardens. It's not something that's going to be harmful to sunlight and daylight enjoyed by the neighbouring windows in numbers 4 or 8 to the rear. Interface distances between the property, so between the development proposed and the sites in question. I'm just trying to find the right slide, Chair, sorry. Slide 12. Here, between number 4 and between number 8 would have, to the new development's rear elevations with facing windows, would have between 35, 41, sorry, that's wrong. The existing rear windows of number 8 have between 35 and 41 metres to the existing windows within the existing building. The new proposal would bring those windows within 34, 29.6 and 27 metres to number 8, all in excess of the 25 metre minimum interface distance. Again, for number 4, currently windows are 28 metres from the rear elevation. The new development would bring windows within 25 metres of the bungalow's rear elevation, again, within the policy standard. So there's no privacy loss to the existing dwellings. There's no privacy loss to the future residents of these properties. The distances are far enough. They're far enough apart. The issue of increasing the height is to get the appropriate density here. Otherwise, we wouldn't be compliant with the Boscombe plan. In terms of the relevance and the fallback position of the prior approval, that gave permission under the new 2 additional storey rules put in by the government a couple of years ago to allow additional stories to be added to buildings built between 1947 and I think it was 2018. The applicants put in a full application. It was consulted on and heavily considered last year. We looked at appeal decisions further along the coast and other councils and elsewhere in the country to see how they were being handled. And that scheme was amended to reduce some of the additional bulk because there were issues about they had to comply with internal floor spaces. The height, as it stood, was perfectly acceptable within that additional legislation that allowed it to be, and there's no consideration of impact, but we gave it one. So I'm quite familiar with this site, and this development represents an improvement on that because that was retaining an existing building which has no real visual merit from the 1950s and replacing it with something more contemporary, more appropriate and more in keeping with what's been built alongside. And we have to have regard for what exists there now in that context. So going back to these photos, you've got that building immediately next door, and you've got the flats already on the corner where Rotherfield Road joins that have been developed in historical sense, and you've got a new building going in here which replicates all of this kind of architecture. Further down the coast you have the 5-storey elements. I'm just going to bring this across here, it's in Google. This is number 57 I think down the road, so our site is down here. This is one that's already been built with the 5th floor elements as penthouses. So the context of what we already got locally, this is in keeping with. There is a fallback position. They could build something that is taller, less attractive, and not as useful in terms of the internal space it can provide. The benefits here are a balance. There's no identified harm on neighbouring amenity in terms of privacy, overlooking or shadowing. I understand that neighbours are concerned about a building changing shape, but we have to look at the most sustainable use of sites. This is what's been proposed, and the only policy conflict here is with the lack of 4 visitor parking spaces, which on the fine balance of things, highways consider can be adapted into the local highway network. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Frank. Sorry, on the floor. Yeah, okay, thank you. Over to members. Who would like to start the debate on this one? Councillor Brooke.
Fine, thank you, Chair. We heard reference to the neighbourhood plan and not accepting things with poor design. I don't actually regard this as poor design. I wouldn't say it's outstanding, but it is actually of its time, and therefore it's obviously acceptable. I have a question because I'm concerned about the lack of amenity space. If you take all the car parking surfaces and hard surfacing away, which is not amenity, in the accepted sense, there is not a significant amount of amenity space. And I would like to ask the question as to how large are the balconies where they're provided, and are they actually usable spaces? Because I think that's an important element, because it does therefore provide some amenity space for those residents who've got the balconies. As far as its height's concerned, I don't have an issue at all. It is below the height of an already approved prior approval building that was there, and in many ways, therefore, there's very little choice for us other than to actually go along with the officer's recommendation of grant. But I would like the question over the sort of amenity space and the balconies answered if possible, please.
Yeah, Frank, could you answer that regarding the balconies, please?
Of course, Chair. I'm just trying to wrangle with mute and get these plans up on screen. So this isn't within my presentation, but it's within your plan pack, Chair and members. The balconies are of a very large size by comparison what we normally see on Juliet balconies. These are practical. You can get out there. See, by comparing the size of sofas and dinner tables, you could actually have a set of outdoor dining furniture out here. On each of the floors, that's replicated. The patio on the ground floor is much larger. Just to come back briefly to the floor plan here, patio on the ground floor is larger. This area at the front is to be landscaped for everyone to use, but again, how people use that communal area varies from block to block, from different company to different company. There are some spaces to the rear which obviously are not for general recreation, but they are associated with these flats. Whether there's access, I don't know. The consideration here has been given to other applications along this boundary, along the cliff face here, is that given you are a short walk from open, wide recreation on top of the cliff and on the beach, with play areas, walking areas, dog walking areas, to insist on full policy compliant amenity space on site is unnecessary because it's unreasonable. Each flat has a private balcony to the frontage, and the ground floor has patio space which can be closed in by privacy screening. I think we've got conditions on those elements. So in terms of privacy, in terms of amenity, we feel that the application proposes a sufficient quantum of that. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Brooke?
That's fine, thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Farquhar?
Thank you, Chair. I really appreciate the presentation. I don't necessarily agree with some of the terminology. I'll bring the committee's attention to paragraph 59 and 60, which relate to the density and the mix, and that's covered under the Boscombe and Folkestone neighbourhood plan, which was approved on referendum with an excess of a 90% percentile a little under 3 years ago. The neighbourhood plan was widely consulted on before the referendum, and the residents across the ward actually identified that the type of properties that were missing within the ward for the community itself and for future residents was 3 bedroom and more, and 2 bedrooms. What we had an excess of was 1 bedroom properties, a great excess. So consequently, what was agreed in referendum by the residents of the Boscombe and Folkestone wards was that any development over 10 properties would have a mix of 3 bedrooms, which would be 50% of that development, because that is what the residents identified in referendum that they needed. And any development which was for 2 bedrooms would be 40%. And because we had an excess of 1 bedroom properties, then it would be 10% for 1 bedrooms. This particular proposal makes an absolute mockery of the residents' referendum, because as it's highlighted in that paragraph there, it's give or take 31.5% for 3 bedrooms instead of 50%. And for 2 bedrooms, it's 68.5% for 2 bedrooms, as opposed to 40%. So the mix is entirely different, entirely incorrect to what the Boscombe and Folkestone neighbourhood plan required. Now, I appreciate that the presentation talked about density and difficulty of windows, etc. But that takes us on to, I think it was suggested that to achieve the density, we have to go higher and put more units in. But my problem here, and why I won't be able to support the grant of this, is that it flies in the face of the Boscombe and Folkestone neighbourhood plan, and there isn't the mitigation to allow for that. The next question is for density. Now, the density of having this extra floor, the 5th floor, and it was interesting to say that there are, in the presentation, is that there are 5th floor elements in a building a couple of 100 yards up the road. It was shown on the presentation. Those elements is not a complete 5th floor. It is actually access to the roof space or to a penthouse. And to me, I'm not sure, but it looks either a stairwell or a lift. So when you actually, and it might be an idea to bring the presentation back up for the building which is referred to, is that that is not a 5th floor as most people would perceive it. It is, as the officer described, 5th floor elements. Thank you very much to the officer for producing that. So the other thing about this particular building, which has 5 floors, or as described, 5th floor elements, is that it's actually in a dip. The premises that we're actually looking at, or the plot that we're actually looking at, is actually on a rise. So therefore, the impression that's given of the 5th floor elements is actually a lot lower on the property which we refer to as a mitigation for there are properties that are already 5 floors or 5 stories actually within the surrounding area. This one, the plot, is actually in a dip, and you can see that from the actual street view. Sorry, this one, the plot is actually on a rise as opposed to in a dip. So the density that was being described is that the Boscombe neighbourhood plan, the density was allowed for no more than 100 dwellings per hectare, but that's the upper limit. And in reality, what we have here is 95% units within the hectare. So there's not been a great deal of effort made to actually reduce the amount of density. In fact, if anything, as it was described, is that to get closer to the density, you have to go higher yet again. I myself don't actually understand the calculation for that, because if you put more floors in, as in this particular case where it's a 5th floor, then actually the density goes up per hectare as opposed to down. So I will not be supporting the plan. I will actually move that it is not actually granted, simply because it flies in the face of the established Boscombe and Folkestone neighbourhood plan, and there hasn't been the effort made to actually recognise that and actually recognise the wishes of the actual ward at referendum, which scored a 90% percentile agreement for the actual plan itself. The other concern which I have here is the non-affordability. The other part of the Boscombe neighbourhood plan is to actually provide for families, to provide for people to actually grow up in the area and retain to be in the actual area itself. Once again, we see that no affordability is not viable. Well, that's not necessarily the problem of the local residents, that's the problem of the actual developers, because what is actually required is affordability. So I am disappointed to see that it had to be sort of brought to the table to actually have an offset for affordability. But I cannot support in the ward a development of this size and this scale which doesn't allow for affordability. It just doesn't right from the get-go. But as I say, I won't be supporting it because it flies in the face of the Boscombe and Folkestone neighbourhood plan, which the residents actually voted for in the 90 percentile less than 3 years ago. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Parker. Do we have any other councillors? Councillor Barron?
Thank you, Chairman. The previously approved scheme, although slightly higher, it was for a pitched roof and not a flat roof, and the flat roof development to me looks a lot more overbearing along that row of properties along there. I'm not saying this is what's happened here, but it has been known before that developers submit applications as a way of then arguing later down the road when they submit what they actually really wanted to do in the first place. So I'm just a bit uneasy on this one. I'm leaning towards refusal, but I'm just going to hear a bit more of the debate and see what others have to say. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Barrett. Councillor Hilliard.
Thank you, Chair. So obviously, I think we've got Broadstone neighbourhood plan. We talked about the Boscombe and Folkestone. The parishes in Christchurch Town, in Christchurch, the Highcliffe parish, they're all doing neighbourhood plans. So the question, it might be for Mr. Perrins or the legal, but how much weighting is on these neighbourhood plans? Because as we've heard, a lot of effort and public engagement, and this is it. This is what the public think, that, oh yeah, we are shaping our area, and it to be discounted, oh, the developer says you can't get the right percentage, it just seems a mockery. So appreciate how much weight, and if it is a grounds for refusal. Thank you.
Mr. Perrins, would you like to take that one?
Yes. Well, the neighbourhood plan is part of the development plan, so it needs to be afforded considerable weight in that process. It is a policy. It's the same as, you know, the borough-wide local plan. It's a local plan in effect, so it does have weight, albeit you can have situations where there is conflict, and your considerations would indicate a departure from those opposite policies. So the starting point is it needs to be given weight in the decision-making process, but there may be reasons why not every policy can be met. And overall and around, a policy compliance scheme can still be presented, which is the recommendation before the committee today.
Any other members wishing to speak at this time? Councillor Farquhar did make a move. He is seeking a seconder for his move to refuse. Councillor Hilliard?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I would second that refusal.
And can I have reasons for your refusal, policy reasons, please, Councillor Farquhar?
Yes, indeed. It's actually contrary to the BAP4 as regards density and housing mix type.
Thank you.
May I, since nobody else has mentioned it, could we expand from the officer a little bit about how the shortfall of what I heard was 4 parking spaces is planned to be actually mitigated?
Yeah, Mr. Gently.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I'll respond to the car parking question immediately, because I've got some other points to respond to some of the questions from members and the points. Parking, Highways Services didn't object to the proposal or the layout as proposed. They consider there to be sufficient on-street capacity on the streets surrounding to take the 4 visitor parking spaces. There are obviously parking spaces at the front for tourism. I'm going to bring that shot up here of the one we've already looked at. But along the frontage here, we go further down, there are parking bays all along here, and there's no yellow lining along the road here. Obviously in the evening it quietens down, in the daytime it can be busier, but Highways, I don't think the impact of 4 visitor parking spaces being accommodated on the surrounding street network to be of a significant enough concern to warrant a refusal. If we go into the rear of the site and just have a quick look along the road there, again, there's no parking restrictions marked on the roads here, and there are space, and this is the daytime shot. So obviously in the evening, people will be parked up. There are lots of driveways here. The site entrance is just down here. Sorry, here we are, this side of the road. This is the lamppost that has to be removed, resited, but there's ample space in Highways' opinion to provide those 4 visitor spaces that are missing, and that goes into the mitigation and the assessment of the balance of it not being policy compliant on that side of things. So that's the Highways response, Chair. If you'd like me to comment on the other points made about the prior approval, cliff stability, section 106, affordable housing, and the local plan policy density issue, I can do that.
Yeah, I think that would be helpful. Thank you, Frank.
Okay, so just going to take this off the screen here to give us some context. So I put up a moment ago the floor plans. I'm just going to bring those across again. The issue of density is a complicated animal to understand. So if I just give you a quick understanding of it here. Obviously, we're looking at how many dwellings can be put in to a hectare. If you stack them, obviously you'll get more on the site. Here, you can't put more on the same floor plan because you need more windows. Here, you've got a bedroom on one of the floor levels here. The window's in the corner of the bedroom to save, to make sure that privacy isn't an issue. We've got high-level windows on this side of the neighbouring block, so there isn't an interface distance problem. But the more bedrooms you put along here, this bathroom, for example, doesn't have a window. This bedroom faces backwards, not a window to the side. The bathroom in the centre here doesn't have a window, again, because the more windows you put in, the more risk there is for us having to look at whether obscure glazing is needed. We're satisfied the windows that exist here will not cause any amenity harm. The plot size of each unit is quite large, big open plan living, and you'll see that some of the units have an extra utility room in them. So the 3 beds having a utility room here, which could be a study, could be storage space. But if they rejig the kitchens, you could provide a 4-bed unit. The same with the 2-bed units. It's possible to provide additional bedrooms within that. And what happens then is each of those units would fall below the minimum space standards required for that number of bedrooms. So the developers spaced out the units over the 5 floors to make sure that those units comply with the national minimum space standards. But if they didn't, we would end up with 2 or 3 bedroom units. So all 3 bedroom units that don't meet the minimum standards, they become cramped. So then we would be refusing it perhaps on those grounds. So to put it bluntly, we have to consider what's the most sustainable use of the site. The MPPF, the top of the policy chain, asks us to consider what is to make the best use of a site, whether it be redevelopment or reuse. That filters down through the local plan, the core strategies, development plan documents, and also the neighbourhood plan. And that has gone through consultation and been adopted through referendum. And the policies in there, we feel as officers, have been met. The mitigations put in here, the arguments put in by the developer that to do so would mean that they have to provide units that are below size. We understand the mix works. We're getting closer to 50%, and it's not going to happen overnight. And it is a fine balance. It's assessing all those other things, because then you start to build forward of the building line or push back at the back and put balconies on to meet amenity space then. So it's that difficult animal of where do you stop and where do you come to a balance. So touching then from density onto the fallback position, the existing height as allowed, the law allows applicant to put forward additional 2 stories on the property as long as it meets the requirements of those legislation within the general permitted development order. Whether we like that or not, it is down to each individual, but it exists as something that's permissible to do. The application passed the tests and it's possible. The applicants asked me to point out that there's an objection raised by one of the neighbours that would it be able to take the weight structurally? Well, you're allowed to put structural supports into the building to take the weight. The law allows that. It is permitted within its own rules. So it is feasible that it could happen, it could be done. And obviously the cost and development associated with the planning application, they went through that whole process last year. Whether or not that was to establish a fallback or whether it was what was intended at the time, this application is assessed on its own merits. We look at what's been approved next door with flat roof buildings. We look at what's been approved on this site with a more traditional ridged roof building. What's approved along that frontage tends to be moving towards a modern flat roof building. So in terms of the fallback, we have to have regard for it. How much weight we give to it obviously depends. Permitted development is rather like what you could do rather than what's been committed to a full planning application. So full planning application has a section 106 legal agreement associated with it. A prior approval doesn't have that, but should they wish to go ahead with it, they'd have to enter into a Heathlands payment. So it still has provisions that govern and cover it. As it stands, we've assessed the 5th floor and the flat roof, and on planning policy grounds, working with the urban design team, there's a balanced argument to accept what's been proposed from a planning officer perspective. Just 2 other points then. were the cliff stability. One of the objectors, or one of the councillors, raised a comment about cliff stability. The report covers this. We've consulted with cliff stability officer and the drainage team, and they are satisfied that it's not a risk. They've looked at that element of it, and that's given me the information for my report. And the other issue being, I perhaps didn't give it enough clarity when I explained at the beginning, but we have had a response from the district valuation office now, and they consider there to be a small residual value. It's related to the land value, what's been paid for the land, what the land's worth. So they've honed out the fact that there is capacity for the scheme to deliver £67,053 to the council as a commuted sum through a legal agreement to contribute to affordable housing on a different site. It's not sufficient to provide it on site. So what's happened in that time since that came in yesterday is we've been negotiating with the developer. The developer has agreed, so the applicant has agreed to work with us on a legal agreement that secures the payment of the £67,053 to contribute towards affordable housing elsewhere. So the scheme is providing sufficient contribution, which the district valuation officer has highlighted as capable of being provided. So it is policy compliant in terms of the affordable housing policy. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Frank. Councillor Farquhar.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you very much to the officer for actually providing that clarification. I note that we didn't address the fact that this plot is actually on a rise. You can see that on Google View. You can see it if you're actually on the ground, as opposed to the other site, which is located for a 5th floor, is actually in a dip. So therefore, the bulk and scale is exaggerated because of the actual geography and the topography. Sorry, the geography of the actual building itself is higher up, so it's actually over a view. I appreciate that we didn't address the fact that the difference between a 5th floor and 5th floor elements wasn't addressed there. But one of the things which I would bring up to add to my move is that there hasn't been the provision for BCP parking standards SPD 2021 C3 because on-street parking, to my mind, in that particular area, which is actually on the coast, we have a tremendous amount of issues with actually residents actually being able to park anywhere near their actual property. And at any sunny day of the year that you want to actually name, but particularly on weekends, particularly on the air show, and particularly during the summer, then on-street parking is an absolute premium on that road, which is the Overcliff, and the surrounding residential roads behind, to the point whereby, as we've seen in the Bournemouth Daily Echo, people essentially will park in such a way that they actually cause an obstruction to the disabled, to people that have mobility needs, and in some cases, as we've seen, it will actually block fire access to emergency vehicles access to the actual cliff top itself. So I would like to add C3 parking SPD BCP parking standards SPD 2021 because there isn't the correct provision for on-site parking for a scale of this, for a development of this scale. The other thing which I'd like to highlight is that they also mentioned that the NPPF, for those that are watching, that's the National Planning Policy Framework, as being top of the food chain, and that it was taken into consideration. That might well be how it's viewed within planning, but how it's viewed by our residents, how it's viewed by the general public is that top of the food chain, as far as they're concerned, is what they voted on, which wasn't the NPPF. They voted on the Boscombe and Folkestone neighbourhood plan. So I appreciate the view which is given to the weighting, but then for the officer to reply that the NPPF is top of the food chain gives the impression to residents and gives impression to the member of the public for anybody that is voting on a neighbourhood plan in the future, whether it be a parish, a town, or any ward within the actual conurbation of BCP, is that actually their neighbourhood plan isn't shaping their part of the town, because the NPPF apparently is top of the food chain. So again, my move stands for the fact that I'm against it because it is contrary to the Boscombe and Folkestone neighbourhood plan. But in addition, if you please, the parking standards SPD 2021 for BCP C3, I see it noted in paragraph 72.
Thank you, Councillor Parker. I'm just going to bring in Mr. First because I'd like you to just rectify some of the points that have just been raised, please.
Well, Chairman, thanks for comment specifically on the neighbourhood plan, and really to reiterate what Mr. Perrin said earlier. So once you've adopted a neighbourhood plan, its status becomes part of the development plan, which includes your other local plans as well. So it certainly does have status. And the general approach with any development plan, or the development plan as read as a whole, is you should make a determination in accordance with the development plan unless material considerations indicate otherwise. And in that respect, the MPPF is a material consideration, and it's probably a significant material consideration, but it's not a case that the MPPF trumps the development plan as a matter of course.
Thank you for that clarification, Chair. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. Just touching on a few things, starting with the highways. Yes, we'd like to see the visitor spaces in there, but the fact that they're visitor spaces lessens the impact for me. If it was a shortfall of residents parking, I'd be far more concerned. But as long as the residents can park there, then I see less of an issue. If they want to invite visitors there, it's something that we all have to worry about when inviting people around, is can they actually park anywhere near there? But that's a consideration for the residents once they're in there. It's good to see the affordable housing contribution being in there. I'm glad we did get it sorted just about in time, and it's nice to hear that the applicant is more than willing to pay it. Regarding the height, there are two things here that make it acceptable in my eyes. One is the prior approval of something taller. And the second is the fact that, to me, 1 story higher than the building next door does not lead to a towering effect or overbearing. My block is 18 stories tall. It's a good 4 stories taller than the block next to it. I wouldn't consider that as towering over that either. And regarding the NPPF, whether or not it's top of the food chain, but it was said that's what it's called in planning. Well, we are a planning committee. We are in planning, and that's the way we've got to look at it. We are tasked with the often unenviable position that we have to represent our residents, but also stay in line with the national guidelines. And sometimes they do come to odds. This is policy compliant, apart from a couple, but it's always a balanced decision in planning. I can't remember the last time where we had a planning application of any size or scale that accorded absolutely with the letter and the spirit of every single planning policy that we have here. It's always a balanced decision. Regarding the density and the mixing of the units, that mixing was in there, as Councillor Farquhar said, to avoid 1-bedroom units. And here we have a development where there are no 1-bedroom units. So it may not be the exact percentage mixing that the neighbour plan hoped for, but it is doing exactly what that referendum was set out to do, which is avoid 1-bedroom units. So to me, there is no planning reason to refuse this, and I will not be supporting the move. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Rice.
Would I be able to get a comment on the fact that there's no ramp out of the cycle storage? So all of the cycle storage is underground, and there is a lift. And there's stairs. I was just surprised to see that there's no ramp. If there's any comment on that, there's nothing that I can see in the papers. And then also, I see there is a comment from the coastal erosion officer raises no concerns. It's 70 metres from the cliff. I was just wondering whether we've specifically asked about sea level rise and future cliff erosion. Which I heard was meant to be about 180 metres with the expected sea level rise, because the beach will not protect the cliff in the future. Just wondering if there's any comments on that. Thank you.
Frank, would you like to respond, please?
Yes, Chair, thank you. On the ramp issue, initially, I don't have the plan here because it's been amended, but what was initially proposed was a very long ramp to achieve the 1 in 12 down to the car park that started about here and ran all the way down here to the basement, with the staircase next to it. There was no lift connection, and that was going to be for bins and cycles. So part of the looking at how the whole ground floor worked was trying to make the entrances and approaches safer, putting a plate glass window in so the concierge actually looked onto that revolved redesign of the ground floor flats, so the concierge could look here and make people feel safer by being perceived to be overlooked. That also then led on to better entrances for people, and the flats within were then connected through the basement, through the stairwells and the lift shafts being dug down into the basement level, so that people could put their bins out and come back from their cycling internally without getting wet and going out again. Because of that change, the need to look at car parking issues, and to rationalise the car parking and make it slightly more compliant, the ramp was lost, and that meant we were able to keep this landscaping area here, which was now been added, but also better space out and put footpaths through. So again, that balance was achieved. The long ramp was a risk in some respect, with the long drag space for bins to go up and down. It was quite a distance away from the flats and how you'd police that. So this now is, potentially can be gated, can be controlled with cameras, and the concierge can overlook what's going on next to the property. The lift that will serve the bikes and the bin store is large. It's large enough to take the bins as well as cycles. Obviously, there is a potential for a conflict with users wanting to get their bikes in and out at the time bins are being serviced. That will happen once every week or once every fortnight, depending how the bins are served here, down to a set scheduled time. So we have put together a condition as normal for a waste management plan, setting out how that will be, how that process will work. If I go to the slide that shows the bin store at basement level, councillors, you can see here, this is the staircase coming down from outside into the cycle store area. This is the lift that comes down, doors on both sides, like a railway station type lift or a hospital lift, so that bins can be taken into that, but also cycles can come straight through. There's large, widespread areas within here, and they connect to the internal lobbies upstairs. Obviously, will be secure, but the accessibility doesn't rely solely on a ramp. The lift can work subject to that waste management condition that pins down what will happen, who will be given priority, how will the building concierge manage that. And it may well be that there's a very simple solution to that, but it's something that can be controlled by condition, and we can then enforce that. So if residents are finding they can't get access there because the bins are taking forever to empty, it's unlikely, because the bins will take a set number of minutes to in and out and done. They won't all be done on the same day. So yeah, in terms of accessibility, the ramp has gone. That's meant that the long ramp and bin noise has been taken away from the boundary as well with the neighbouring property. So that was a benefit on that front. The other question, Chair, was about cliff stability and flood risk, rising sea levels. That's right, I think.
Yes, it is, yeah.
Yeah, so stability officer, obviously I am not a stability engineer, so I consult the relevant people who respond back to me and give me the information I need to know. There's no concerns here from them. The Environment Agency set what are the risks from rising sea levels and rising floodwater levels. Cliff stability, they've talked about it being far enough away from the edge of the cliff to be no issue with erosion, but beyond that, all I can do is refer back to the comments which were received from them, as they have no concerns. I know in flood risk we look at the longer term projections, but we are quite a way back from the seafront. There's lots of services beneath the road that run there, as well as the car parking and play areas opposite, all of which continue to be used and have no restrictions placed on them. If sea levels do rise to the extent that the councillor talked about, then all the properties along this cliff frontage would perhaps become uninhabitable. But that's something that building regs already has to consider, the structural stability of a building on this site. Drainage has to consider. So there are separate permitting regimes which govern how this building piles itself into the cliff surface to be stable. I have no concerns from the consulted officer on that front.
Thank you, Frank. No further comments. We will go to the move that we have from Councillor Farquhar, and the move is to refuse this application. Again, I'll do the normal routine of calling you individually. If you could say whether you are for or against the move to refuse, please. Councillor Barron.
For.
Councillor Borthwick. Councillor Bull.
Against.
Councillor Farquhar.
For the purposes of the minutes, I'd like my vote recorded, please.
Councillor Hall.
For.
Councillor Hilliard.
For.
Councillor Lawton.
Against.
Councillor Brooke.
Against.
Councillor McCormack.
For.
Councillor O'Neill.
For.
Councillor Rice.
For.
Councillor Trent.
Against.
Councillor Johnson.
Against.
And myself, I am also against that move. Could I have the numbers, please?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. We have 8 votes for and 6 against.
Therefore, that application has been refused. Thank you very much, members. Members, I'm going to leave things in your hands. We have 2 further applications to deal with this afternoon. Do you want a short or a longer lunch break, or would you like to carry on through?
I will need to be excused for a longer period than the short break.
Right, in that case, I'll call a 30-minute lunch break. Back here, ready to start at 2:15 on the dot. Okay, welcome back to the commencement of today's BCP Planning Committee. Just for clarity, Councillor Hall and Councillor Bull have both left the meeting and will not be returning. So we'll move straight on now with the next application, which is for the sloop. And I would ask the officer to present the case, please.
Good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. I'll just share the screen first. Hopefully you can see my presentation.
We can, thanks, Peter.
Screen. Is it full screen now? Okay. The proposal is for the site at the sloop, 5 commercial roads in Poole. This is a full planning application for action of a single block of 86 flats and with associated access, parking and landscaping. This application follows outline application for 74 flats granted in 2021 by the planning inspector, followed by a reserve matters application for landscaping granted the same year. The application site is set to the north of commercial roads, with wider setting of mixed residential 2-story houses to the north and a parade of shops. Then we've got emerging 6-story and 7-story block of flats to the...
Peter, sorry to interrupt you. Could you change your screen, please?
Oh. Sorry. Would that be better, or because I'm not sure?
No, just start the presentation.
Yeah, you're on slideshow at the moment.
Okay. Should I leave it as it is, or?
No, we need it without the slides on the side.
Oh.
Yeah.
So you can't see that now because I've got full screen on 2 screens now.
Yeah,
so.
we can't actually see what's on the screen. It's too small for us.
Ah.
It was fine when you did it the other day.
Okay, what I'm gonna do? Yeah, because I was doing just slides. Maybe I'll just switch off one monitor.
Yeah.
Peter, if you go back to the slide presentation.
Is it okay now?
That's it. That's perfect.
Yeah. I just switch off one monitor because I've got 2 monitors here. Okay.
Thank you.
Right. So in terms of location, we've got emerging 6 and 7-story block of flats to the north and east respectively. Then we've got Civic Centre and Crown Courts to the south and southeast, and Poole Park Conservation Area further towards the southeast. This slide shows local heritage assets. So we've got listed locally listed heritage assets such as Civic Centre Annex, Low Courts, and also we've got Grade 2 listed building near to the side, which is the Civic Centre. This is the application site. So as I said, this application follows outline application granted by a planning inspector. So this slide essentially shows what's the difference. So basically we've got approval for 6-story building, and then existing application is for additional stories. So we've got 7-story building right now. In terms of footprint of the site, it's exactly the same as granted under outline application by the planning inspector. There are some differences in terms of parking, but there are just minor differences, such as 46 parking spaces, 48 parking spaces granted. Now we've got 46 car parking spaces, but we've got more cycle spaces. We've got right now we've got 120 cycle spaces against 74 granted under outline permission. The reason for that is planning inspector considered the site more to have a nature of Zone A classified under our parking standards SPD. Therefore, technically, there's no need for car parking provision. However, it's kind of like between A and D, and it was agreed like this number of parking spaces will be acceptable, and this was confirmed by one of our consultees, Highway Authority. In terms of landscaping, again, we've got almost the same proposal. So that's what's been what is proposed, and this is what's been approved. So actually the difference is we actually having 2 more trees at the front of at the front side entrance door. Those slides shows the changing character of the local area. So we've got the application site next to number 123 Commercial Road, the Cosmopolitan Apartments. So that's 6-story building. Elevations are stepped back to 4 stories next to the Cosmopolitan. This one is Park Place proposal, outline permission granted in 2021 for 7-story building without step back elevations, and this permission is for 126 units. Next door permission is for 80 flats. We've got more slides showing different street view, different street scene, again against the 7-story proposal. That's next to the Cosmopolitan. Those next slides will show how the application site changed since was registered. So initially, the proposal description included a demolition of existing pub, which was actually removed and was lawfully removed by the developer under after discharging condition for the granted outline permission. So when I took this photo, that was end of February this year, the site was already vacant. So then we changed the description to actually show the existing site and condition of the site. This is next door Cosmopolitan site. Those slides will show some Google Earth screenshots showing actually pub on site, which was there like last year. There will be some current views taken literally yesterday, and this view will be taken from Civic Centre, again Cosmopolitan site and empty vacant application site with construction works which already started. Then we've got view towards the west, and again some photos taken from North Road and Park Road. Those are views from North Road, and again that's from Park Road. That's the wider view taken above the Civic Centre, and that's view from Sandbanks Road showing the character of the locality. So in summary, the application is for 6-story. The principle of a 6-story block of flats on site has been accepted by the planning inspector last year. It is officers' view that the 7-story building would still reflect the local pattern of development with emerging tall buildings within proximity. Given the lack of 5 years housing supply, the balance is tilted in favour of sustainable development and granted planning permission. The proposal would make efficient use of brownfield sites and provide 86 additional dwellings, highly sustainable location in terms of a public transport, local amenities, including shops and pool park. Finally, during the lifespan of the applications, officers secured 9 numbered discount market rent units, which would form part of a Section 106 agreement and would form part of compensation towards the loss of local amenity, which is the slope site assessed under planning policy PP 26. As such, the recommendation is planning approval subject to legal agreement and planning conditions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Peter. Mr. Howard.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Just the one speaker on this particular one. I've got no objections, and I've got a supporter, which is Mr. Simon McFarlane.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, councillors. Thank you for this opportunity to address you. My name is Simon McFarlane. I'm a Chartered Town Planner and Planning Director at AJC Group. AJC are a small to medium-sized property development and construction company based in Poole and directly employ 32 local people. They're a family-owned business dedicated to delivering positive change through the construction of high-quality private and affordable homes across the Southwest region. In the BCP area, we are currently at various different stages of construction and delivery of 180 new homes across 5 separate sites. We are committed to significant investment in the area, not only financially, but also emotionally. We live locally and pass by the buildings and homes we build on a daily basis. We are very proud of our contribution to the BCP housing stock, both in terms of providing new quality homes for people and through the construction of high quality, well-designed buildings. The delivery of additional housing in sustainable central locations such as this is of particular importance in an area that is constrained by its beautiful surroundings. These constraints lead to the difficulties in providing enough homes and have resulted in the current 5-year housing land supply deficit. These opportunities are relatively rare and should be considered in the context of the presumption in favour of sustainable development and the tilted balance in favour of additional housing. We are grateful for the Planning Officer's positive and professional recommendation to approve this planning application, which will enable the company to deliver a further 12 important homes. You'll have noted from the Officer's report and presentation that the site benefits from an existing consent for 74 homes. The planning application before you today follows a long planning history on the site. The previous consent for 74 apartments in a 6-storey building was allowed at appeal in September 21. Between then and now, the relevant pre-commencement planning conditions have been discharged. SIL monies and Section 106 monies have been paid in part. The site has been cleared and the construction of the initial scheme is well underway. This revised application is essentially for 1 additional setback storey and 12 additional apartments. The building height has increased from 6 to 7 storeys. Within the wider street scene, this is contextually appropriate and will respect and enhance the character of the area. The building to the west, the Cosmopolitan, provides 80 homes and is 6 storeys in height, and the approved development at Park Place to the east will provide 126 homes and is a full 7 storeys in height, but on higher ground and with greater bulk. We have worked on this application with your officers for nearly 10 months. We have worked together positively to address all relevant issues. We have no objections in terms of the following issues: the principal, the loss of the former pub, which has now been demolished, and the heritage recording process has been completed and formally agreed through a conditioned discharge application. The loss of this community facility has been mitigated through the continued provision of 9 discounted market rental units. The impact of the character and appearance of the area is considered to be acceptable. The appeal inspector did not raise any heritage concerns with regard to the impact to any neighbouring listed buildings or the Poole Park conservation area. The impact on neighbouring residential amenity is considered to be acceptable, as well as the residential living standards for future occupiers. There are no issues with parking, cycle storage, transport, highways impact, biodiversity enhancements, landscaping and tree planting, sustainability and the provision of renewable energy, sustainable drainage, or the waste collection facilities which are provided in underground bins. The benefits of this development should be afforded significant weight, in my opinion, in the planning balance and include the following: the increased delivery of private and affordable homes in the central location, the reduction in the need to travel by private car, electric car charging parking provision, increased community infrastructure and Section 106 monies totaling over £700,000, construction investment in the short term from a local company, and residents who use the local services in the long term. It can only be concluded that the proposals would achieve the economic, environmental and social objectives of sustainable development in compliance with the adopted policies of the development plan and the relevant provisions of the MPPF. I'm very, very grateful for your time today and politely request that you follow the recommendation from your officer and grant this development subject to the planning conditions and completion of the Section 106 agreement. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Barron, I believe you're going to speak as a ward councillor.
Thank you, Chairman. Well, if you gave me a crystal ball, Chairman, I could give Mystic Meg a run for her money, because I could see this one coming back. It's disappointing the applicants have the effrontery not only to apply for the affordable housing condition to be removed, which was refused, rightfully so, but also to add another floor to an already high building currently under construction. To me, this demonstrates absolutely no respect for the conditions secured by 106 previously. Policy PP29 states that developments including a tall building must A, make a positive contribution to the townscape, ensuring any heritage assets and their settings are preserved or enhanced, and that adjacent residential properties are not dominated. And then B, respect and enhance key views and external landmarks. Hopefully the committee says enough's enough and 7 stories is too high and refuse this application. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Barron. So, members, would anyone like to kick off the debate on this one, please? Councillor Hilliard.
Thank you, Chairman. I should have looked again now, look last week about why we refused it. And I think it was essentially on heritage grounds and the height. Now, looking at the inspector's comments now, I would just ask the officer, the inspector doesn't really relate to anything relating to why it was refused by committee, but he's talking about the housing benefit, homes benefit, and the scale and bulk. I think he touches on and says that it fits in that location. Is that your interpretation? That he just appreciates that a building of that size and potentially one more story could sit there?
Peter, could you answer that?
Yes, I'm not sure you can see me because my screen is playing here. Yes, that's correct. The inspector's decision is considered material planning consideration, and obviously scale and massing was considered by the inspector, who as you said, he thought that a 6-story building would fit into this emerging setting where more and more tall buildings are visible and obviously allowed. So yes, so as with my recommendation.
Thanks for that. And just linked to that, obviously our heritage officer is still against it. What type of discussions have you had with that officer?
We had really long discussion. Sorry, I can't see my report now, but there's a separate section considering obviously impact on local character with several paragraphs mentioning actually heritage officers' comments. So we obviously provided in-depth assessment within the reports. So it from our point of view, impact fit, as officer said, less than substantial impact assessed under paragraph 200 of the NPPF should be assessed against another paragraph 2002 of the NPPF, which says we need to take tilted balance when considering impact less than substantial impact on the heritage setting, and obviously the balance is towards more housing supply and obviously an addition of 9 affordable units.
Okay, thanks. And just lastly, the Dorset CCG wanted a contribution. I couldn't actually see there was a condition. Is that all included in the agreements?
Yes, that's correct. Yeah, there's a separate contribution within the legal agreement, and again, last paragraphs within the reports pointing out which contributions been proposed and agreed.
Perfect. Thank you.
Councillor O'Neill, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, my recollection of the last discussion, apart from some of the heritage issues, was very much about the pub called the Sloop, which there was a lot of emotion around. It was pretty much a redundant pub. The landlord had spent considerable amounts on refurbishing it, but it still was not supported to a level of a commercial enterprise. In fact, nowhere near it. And many a time I've sat in there with 2 or 3 people, and that was about it, not enough to run a pub. There is still an anti-feeling in the area because the sloop has gone, but I think we need to step beyond that because the sloop has gone. It's not a question any longer. There is emotion out there. I have no issue with this application with the 7 stories, the 46 car parking, 120 cycles, some space for motorcycles. I must add that I think it's a much better design than the others nearby. And I must admit, others nearby I find very disappointing because of weathering and pointing issues that are more than apparent as you drive around that roundabout. That apart, I will support this application. I think it's on the money. I think it's right, given the other surrounding developments that have taken place. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Trent.
Yeah, I'm worried about the incremental nature of this development. The initial application was refused. It won on appeal, but not being satisfied with the building that was approved on appeal, we're now going up an extra story. Well, one thing I noticed is that the adjacent building, the old Lloyds Bank building, although they superficially retained hints of the bank building there, the actual height of that building, which is lower than this building, is already actually affecting the ambience of that particular side of the road. It's not in the high-rise zone that sort of exists basically, nearby where Paul Civic Centre is. So I kind of think it is out of keeping. We've already got to accept that there's a 6-story building that's approved, but going that bit higher, it's already starting to look quite high rise, and I just don't think it's appropriate for the location, and I would be very uncomfortable to see it granted.
Thank you. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. I have to disagree with the last speaker. I don't see how we can argue that it's out of keeping when it's between one block of flats and another site where we've approved a block of flats that is almost exactly the same height. I think that given that we have already lost the heritage asset, I can understand why they've come back in with an extra stories. Perhaps when they submitted that extra one, they were slightly conservative with what they wanted to put on the point in order to try and offset. It was obviously a big change for us as a committee, and as we showed by refusing it, the effect of losing the sloop. But I can't see that with an inspector's decision already there for 6 stories, I can't see how one extra story on top of that, accompanied with the small little changes, I can't see how that gives us enough of a reason to go against the inspector's decision. I see no reason why we shouldn't grant this, but I won't make a move as yet, as we still have only had a few speakers. Thank you, Chair.
Any other members wishing to speak on this one? No. In that case, I'm going to just say a few quick words. Councillor Trent mentioned about the incremental process of applicants coming backwards and that with us. Unfortunately, as a planning committee, we have no control under that, and there's absolutely nothing illegal for any applicant to do such a thing. Might not be what we would call ethical, might not be something we like, but we cannot control what an applicant does when they submit an application. We have to deal with the application that they submit in front of us, whether we like it, because they come back 3 times and we end up with a 10-story building that originally started off at 6. That's not for us as a planning committee to make our decisions on. We purely make them on the application in front of us today. I think Councillor Johnson made some good points on what he was saying. We do have this. It's a great shame that we lost the sloop, but we did. And I think the committee made the right decision in their eyes. The inspector didn't agree with us. So we have to move on with what we have in front of us now. And I think the design of this is okay for the area. It's got enough amenity space across the road in Poole Park. And it's a very central location, fantastic bus links nearby for everywhere going forward. And I personally can't see any planning reason why we would not be granting this. Therefore, I will move that we grant this, and I will look for a seconder. Councillor Johnson. And if there are no further comments, we will move straight to the vote, ladies and gentlemen. So, move to grant by myself. I am obviously for. Councillor Johnson? For. Councillor Borthwick? For. Councillor Farquhar?
Abstain.
Councillor Hilliard?
For.
Councillor Lawton?
For.
Councillor Brooke?
For.
Councillor McCormick? For. Councillor O'Neill? For. Councillor Rice?
For.
And Councillor Trent?
Against.
Thank you. Could I get the numbers, please, Chris?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I have 9 votes for, 1 against and 1 abstention.
Therefore, that application is granted as set out in the officer's report, along with the Section 106 agreements to be ratified and everything. So thank you very much. Moving on, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Peter. Moving on, we will move to the final application today, and that is for Springfield Road. And we have Steve presenting this one for us today. Thank you, Steve.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Can you just confirm that I'm sharing the presentation with you?
You are indeed. Steve, could you possibly speak up a bit, please?
Okay. Can you hear me better now, Chair?
Yeah, we can. Thank you, Steve.
Okay, thank you. So this application relates to 42 Springfield Road. It's seeking outline planning permission to demolish the existing building and to erect a development of 10 flats together with undercroft parking and the formation of a new vehicular access off of Springfield Road. The proposal, as I say, is an outline. It's seeking approval for the detailed matters of access, appearance, layout and scale, with landscaping reserved for later consideration at the reserved matters stage should the committee approve this application today. Before moving on to the main presentation, I'd just like to draw members' attention to the addendum sheet that has been circulated. Primarily, this is outlining a proposed amendment to the recommendation to address the phosphate issue, which Mr. Perrins has spoken to you about earlier this morning, and also to advise you of an additional condition which is required in relation to accessible and adaptable homes. So moving then to the main presentation. So in terms of the site location, the site is located on the eastern side of Springfield Road. It's located a short distance to the north of Cherry Close. It's located primarily within a residential area, which includes a mix of dwellings and flats of varying designs and styles that are situated within a variety of plot sizes. At the present time, the site is accessed via a shared access, which I'm just highlighting to you. This access continues round to join the application site here. That shared access is shared with numbers 38 and 40 Springfield Road. The site is also located to the north of the Ashley Cross District Centre, while further to the northeast is the Ashley Road District Centre. So looking at the aerial image, you can see highlighted within the red circle is the application site and those adjacent properties. So the aerial image gives a good understanding of the context of the site and the surrounding area. And you can see from the site that it's largely screened by trees and vegetation to the boundaries that provide a sylvan character and appearance to both the site, but also this part of the street scene, with the existing property being set back into the site by in excess of 20 metres. So you can just see the application, the existing dwelling on the application site as I'm just circling on the screen for you now. So then moving to street view image. This image shows the site when viewed in a northerly direction along Springfield Road, and it indicates how the site and the existing property is substantially screened from view within the street scene, and that's due to the existing tree and vegetation screening along that site frontage. I'll just quickly highlight to you the property you can see in the foreground here that I'm just highlighting. That is actually the neighbouring property at number 40 Springfield Road. The application property sat further back in the site and really not visible within the street scene. As I mentioned, the proposal includes the formation of a new vehicular access to be created off of Springfield Road to serve the proposed block of flats, and this would be located adjacent to the position marked by the red arrow on that image. So then just taking you through a couple of other images then of the site. This first image gives a better visual impression of the site as it currently exists and its relationships to the neighbouring properties. So as you can see from this image, it shows how the existing dwelling is substantially set back into the site, set at a higher level than Springfield Road, with significant areas of hard standing terracing down from the dwelling itself towards that site frontage, with a swimming pool located towards the frontage of the site. And I'd just like to quickly highlight to you neighbouring properties. So we have here number 40, and this property here being number 38. You can see in this image also that existing shared vehicular access, which will be closed up because new vehicular access coming in off of Springfield Road. And then I would also highlight to you the adjacent site at number 44, 2 blocks of flats, which have got contemporary styled flatted development immediately to the north of the application site. So this then just looks more closely into the application site itself. You can see on the left-hand image, planning permission granted in 2017 for alterations and a new second floor to enlarge that existing property, and that has been implemented to some degree. The photo on the right-hand side then showing one of the detached garage outbuildings, and also those photos you can see giving a good indication of the extent of tree screening which exists around the boundaries of the application site. So this second, this further image from within the application site itself, this is looking then from the host property, looking back towards the site frontage with Springfield Road. And again, you can see on the left-hand side here a second garage outbuilding, but you can also then see the side elevation of number 40, the neighbouring property immediately to the south of the site. And again, you can just get a good impression then of the landscaping on the site frontage. So just in terms of planning history, following the approval for the alterations to the parent dwelling I've just spoken about from 2017, there was also an application which was to sever the plot, and that's marked in the line, the red line on the right-hand image that I'm just outlining to you, and a proposal to erect a new single dwelling. However, that application was refused on grounds of overdevelopment and the proximity of the development to the highway. However, in terms of that previously approved scheme, it's a completely different type of infill development to that which is proposed by this current application, and therefore no significant weight has been given to those previous reasons for refusal in assessment of this current application, which obviously needs to be assessed on its own individual merits. So then just looking at flatted development, I've referred you to the flatted development immediately adjacent to the site to the north at number 44 Springfield Road, and the images on the screen in front of you now are images of that flatted development on that adjacent site. As you can see, it's got some contemporary elements, albeit with a traditional roof form, but contemporary elements with the balconies, and also incorporates the undercroft parking in a similar manner to that proposed with the current application. And it also represents a similar density of development to that which is now currently being proposed. I'd also highlight to you, in terms of the prevailing pattern of development, there are other forms of flatted development also being approved along Springfield Road, notably at numbers 21 and 25. So then just moving to the current proposal, as I've mentioned, the outline application, it's seeking to demolish the existing buildings and to erect a block of 10 flats together with undercroft car parking and the formation of a new vehicular access. So the proposed new vehicular access would come off of Springfield Road, given a topography of the site, would then rise upwards towards the proposed development and would provide access into the undercroft parking, and that would provide 13 parking spaces. And then there's 2 further parking spaces, as you can see, at surface level in front of the proposed building. And the undercroft parking would also accommodate 2 bicycle stores, which would accommodate a total of 18 cycle parking spaces. Amendments have been sought during the course of the application, and they have included a reduction in width of the proposed building by 1 metre, an increase in setback by 1.1 metres, and a reduction in the overall depth of the building by 3 metres. And you can see that the footprint of the proposed building has been realigned slightly away from the neighbouring property at number 40. So the purple line, as I'm just indicating here, was the original proposal. And you can see that the building's been reorientated slightly to move slightly further away from facing towards number 40, which is this property to the frontage. In terms of the siting, you can also see that proposed building is largely sited on the footprint of the existing dwelling. That's the line that I'm just outlining now in blue to you. So largely similar sort of footprint in terms of its position, albeit that the building would extend about 11 metres further forward within the site towards the frontage with Springdale Road. In terms of the planning assessment, the site is located within a sustainable transport corridor and being located within reasonable walking and cycling distance of the Ashley Cross district centre and the services and facilities that provides. And therefore the principle of development in this location is considered to be acceptable. Just then looking at the image to the right hand side of the screen, this is providing a visual impression of the proposed development as it would sit within the application site. As you can see, it's of a similar density of flatted development that's comparative to the development, as I say, on number 44, immediately to the north of the site. And then you've got similar development, Platinum Skies, which is actually located in Mount Road Mount Road to the east of the application site. As you can see from that image, it's considered that the increase in footprint of the proposed building would not appear incongruous to the urban grain of the area, and that the building would sit comfortably within the site and continue to respect the spaciousness of the site and the balance of built form and landscaping. Just quickly show you a section. So this section shows the proposed depth of the building and how it would align with the existing topography. So largely sat on the level areas of the site before the site then starts sloping back down towards Springfield Road on the frontage. And you can see that the undercroft car parking would gradually grade into the site as it increases, moving further towards the rear. And you can see again the vehicular access, how that would grade up towards the undercroft parking, which would sit at this lower level. So in terms of the visual impact of the proposed development, you can see the image on the left-hand side of the screen. So the red dotted line, that indicates the extant planning permission which has been implemented for the extensions and alterations to the existing building. And you can see from that image how the proposed development would sit approximately ½ a metre higher than the overall ridgeline of that existing extant dwelling. It's also notable that the ridgeline would actually be about a metre lower than the adjacent flatted development at number 44 Springfield Road. And therefore, when viewed from the street scene, it's considered that development would not appear dominating to the existing staggered skyline as you view from Springfield Road up towards Mount Road further to the east. As you've seen in the earlier images, the proposed building would be largely screened from the public vantage points given the stepped topography of the site and the densely vegetated boundary treatments. However, the proposed vehicular access would allow for some views into the site, but would retain tree and landscape screening to either side of the proposed access. And given the proposed setback of the new proposed building, it's not considered it would appear visually dominant within the street scene from views within Springfield Road. You can see from these images that the proposed design would be of a contemporary nature. It's considered to be acceptable when balanced with the presence of other buildings which are of a more contemporary style within the immediate surrounding vicinity and the level of screening that would be provided and retained within the street scene. The mix of materials and glazing is considered to provide articulation and to break up the visual bulk of the building, as you can see from those two images. And overall, it's considered that the proposal would sit comfortably within the site and respect the constraints of the site. So then moving to residential amenity, given the orientation of the neighbouring property, so the application site would be located to the north of number 40, which I'm just highlighting on that right-hand image to you. So given that orientation, together with the separation distance that would be retained between the two buildings, it's considered that the building would not result in an overbearing presence to that neighbour or result in any undue shading. You can see from the image on the left-hand side, windows in this side elevation, which would face across towards number 38 and also offer some oblique views to number 40. Those windows are all high level, or they serve accommodation of a nature whereby the windows could be obscure glazed. And members, you would have seen in the report that there is a condition recommending that those windows that are not the high level ones are obscure glazed. They're serving accommodation such as ensuite bathrooms. In addition, the proposal includes balconies on the frontage. You can just see two of these projecting balconies on this side elevation, which I'm just highlighting to you with the cursor on the screen. So those balconies to the front elevation, they would offer some oblique views towards number 40 and its rear garden. So I'm just indicating on the right-hand image where those oblique views would be. So just the angular view being quite oblique towards that rear garden. And you can see from the bottom photograph here how the rear elevation and the side elevation of that neighbouring property have got a blank facade. So no direct overlooking to windows in that rear elevation or side elevation of that neighbour. So in that respect, it's considered the proposal subject to conditions to secure windows as obscure glazed, and also the provision of balcony screens, obscure glazed balcony screens to the side of the balconies, that wouldn't result in any direct overlooking or loss of privacy to those neighbours. In terms of the living conditions of the future occupants, all flats meet the national space standards. And in addition, all habitable rooms would benefit from natural light and a natural outlook. And all of the flats have access to a private balcony and also the shared communal garden area that would exist within the site itself. With regard to the highway issues, the site's located within Parking Zone B of the Parking SPD. It would provide a total of 15 parking spaces, 13 of which would be in the undercroft parking on the image on the right-hand side, and then 2 further parking spaces at surface level, as I say, indicated on the image on the left-hand side to the front of the building. So 15 in total, which is in excess of the required parking standard of 10 for this proposed development. BCP Highways have agreed that this is an acceptable level of parking provision, given the undercroft parking and the access arrangements within that. And the proposal also then includes an acceptable gradient to the access driveway, so a 1 in 8 gradient, and also the provision of pedestrian visibility displays to ensure the retention of highway and pedestrian safety. So finally, just in terms of the trees on site, there are a number of trees contained within the site. The site is covered by an area tree preservation order. And those trees, as you've seen from the images, do contribute to the amenity of the site and the surrounding area. However, the council's tree officer has assessed the planning application and the arboricultural method statement has been submitted in support, and it's concluded that the proposed building would not cause harm to the trees that are to be retained, subject to the implementation of tree protection measures as recommended in the conditions outlined in the report to you. In terms of all other matters, it's considered that proposed development would be acceptable in respect of all other conditions as set out in the planning report, and also the conditions which are recommended in respect of those matters. So, Chairman, the application is therefore recommended to you for approval, subject to the conditions set out in the planning report and the additional condition included on the addendum sheet. I would also like to include an additional condition which is missing from those recommended. It will relate to the securing of privacy screens to those external balconies, as I've mentioned during the presentation. It's mentioned in the report but wasn't included in the list of conditions. And the application is also recommended to you, Chair, subject to that revised recommendation relating to the issue of phosphates, again as set out in the addendum sheet. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Mr. Harris.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I have one objector statement, and this is from Natalie Chalmers, and she also writes on behalf of her neighbour as well. And she writes, we refer you to our previous objections submitted in relation to the above planning application, noting that we purchased 40 Springfield Road in September 2021, but have reviewed the objection submitted by the previous owners and support its contents. We are not against the redevelopment of the area, fully supporting regeneration and a pool local plan, but in this case, it is overdevelopment, overbearing and totally inappropriate in this location. 1. This development will have a hugely detrimental effect on our privacy in terms of position and size. It goes completely against the overarching principles of right to privacy and peaceful enjoyment of our homes. In addition, the disruption that such a development will cause to the immediate area will cause distress to the current quiet living conditions. 2. The proposed development is completely out of keeping with the character of Springfield Road. The design, visual appearance and finishing materials are not at all suited to this more traditional sylvan area of Park Zone. It should be noted that recent developments at numbers 21 and 25 Springfield Road were significantly scaled back to ensure that they remained in keeping with the area. It is worth adding at this stage that there is support of this application on the basis that it will plug the gap in the housing crisis. This cannot be so given the style of the development, including a 5-bedroom penthouse and the site it would be on with significant views. These are not going to be properties affordable to young families or first-time buyers. 3. Already the access and exit from both the flats at number 44 Springfield Road, our drive and the nursing home opposite are adversely compromised by a chicane. The chicane was installed in response to the fact that Springfield Road is a significant rat run with frequent HGVs using it as a cut through to Ashley Cross. We are very concerned about how increased traffic will affect the infrastructure of Springfield Road, as well as the safety of its residents, including children and pets. The development would also put an increased demand on an already stretched on-street parking on Springfield Road and surrounding roads. 4. There are a lot of springs in the area, and recent local developments have encountered difficulties with unanticipated flooding issues. We are not sure that this has been adequately catered for in this application, not least given the admission that infiltration is unlikely to be used, although it is encouraged and advised. 5. We are very concerned about how the excavation of the swimming pool area at number 42 to create a driveway and then underground parking will impact the stability of number 40's northern boundary foundations, which are raised above Springfield Road. This does not seem to have been considered in the planning application, despite the observations of the previous owners of number 40. In conclusion, the proposed development should be refused outright. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Harris.
We also have Mr. Moyer speaking in support.
Chairman and committee members, thank you for the opportunity to speak in support of the application for 42 Springfield Road. By way of background and some planning history, in September 2020, the applicant submitted a request for pre-application advice. Unfortunately, a response wasn't received, and in March 2021, the formal outline application that's before you this afternoon was submitted to the council. Despite the initial delays with the application, the pre-app submission, we did have a conversation with officers which led to the submission of revised plans, and you'll have seen from the slide in front of you, changes were made to the proposal, the previous submission shown outlined in purple. The applicants are now pleased to see that officers are able to support the application and hope that the committee you are able to support this recommendation as well. The application seeks outline planning permission to demolish the existing building and erect 9 two-bedroom apartments and a single larger apartment on the 4th floor, all of which have access to undercroft parking and storage areas. As you've seen from the presentation slides, the immediate surrounding area to 42 Springfield Road consists of a mixture of flatted developments and detached buildings on a variety of plot sizes. The proposal respects its established urban grain and, as shown on the layout plan, will not appear to be out of character. The layout of the scheme has been led by the relationship with the buildings along Springfield Road and also responds to the existing vegetation on site. The building width remains very similar to the existing dwelling, with a circa 6.6 metre increase in building depth. There are examples of single-built forms sited centrally on their plots throughout Springfield Road, all of which are served by separate and independent driveways. As such, it's considered that this proposal will respect the character of the area. The proposed layout of the dwelling and the driveway and access will retain the vegetation along the highway, safeguarding enclosure and visual screening of the site. Internally, the flats are organised with a north-east and south-west outlook, with bedrooms located towards the rear of the building and balconies towards the front of the building. The central flats will have bedrooms located towards the front elevation, in addition to living rooms, to provide a positive outlook for future residents and adequate natural light. Regarding the relationship with the neighbouring properties, the soft boundary treatments allowed to the building will restrict views of the neighbouring properties, and you've seen the change in the orientation of the proposal to ensure there's no overlooking of neighbouring properties. The proposed outlook from the habitable rooms creates no loss of privacy into these neighbouring properties. The proposed scale of the building is a 4-storey flatted scheme with a subservient top floor. The height of the proposed development will be circa 12 metres, and the height of the adjacent flats at 44 Springfield Road is circa 13.9 metres. The proposed development would therefore be lower in height than the adjacent flats and reflect the established scale of built form in the street scene. And you saw from the submitted CGI that the sylvan backdrop which currently exists will be retained by this proposal. The proposed palette of materials includes high quality brickwork and grey tiles for the inset top floor, with light grey aluminium windows and doors. The exterior will use light, contrasting light and dark bricks to complement the proposal or the proposed development number 44 and number 40 Springfield Road. And as such, in terms of the character of the area, the vernacular is maintained. I hope that you're able to support the application, which will see the delivery of much needed housing in a sustainable location. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. So, members, anyone wishing to take a debate on this application? Councillor O'Neill.
Yeah, I'll certainly start the debate. I know this area very well. Live about half a mile away from it, and use the cut through that's been referred to on a regular basis that drops down from Bournemouth Road to Ashley Cross, and it is a rat run, believe me. It's interesting because some of the graphics that are presented, I think, either under or over exaggerate the space between numbers 38, 40 and 42. 42 Springfield Road, the development site, the building to be demolished is an uncompleted 3-storey flat roof construction. The thing that concerns me about this is this is actually a cul-de-sac of 3 houses off of Springfield Road. It is not on Springfield Road per se. And I think the development would substantially change the character of what is a sylvan setting. These 3 houses are set in a nicely wooded area with a private drive up to them. The proposal obviously wants to remove the trees at the frontage or the hedging at the frontage to drop down onto Springfield Road, which I think is a compromise and a danger in itself. It was referred about the height of the apartments next door, which is Verona or Verena. But this is actually well screened from this application. But please do note, and it was actually apparent on one of the slides, the Verena is a 3-storey construction, of which 1 3/4 stories are actually below the ground level of this proposed development. Because the development actually, the cul-de-sac is a small hill or rise, and this will sit atop of it. And I actually do think it will be quite dominant, particularly to number 40, and it will impact the other house as well. And I do have significant overlooking concerns. The officer said there had been a slight amendment of the perspective with regards to the overlooking. I would suggest that the slight amendment was probably a necessary amendment, but not complete, because the aspects of the land there and the building line is predetermined. I, at this current moment, would find it very, very difficult to support this application. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Trent. Any further comments from any other members? No? Oh, Mike. Sorry, Councillor Brooke.
Fine, thank you, Chair. Looking at the facilities there, I don't have a problem. There's sufficient there, together with the fact that there are balconies as well. And so from an amenity point of view, I don't have a problem. But I'm going to go back to the comment I made as an earlier application with a flat roof, that I will not actually commit myself one way or the other on this one to keep the consistency of my decision making.
Any other members wishing to speak? Councillor Hilliard, then Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. Could the officer just confirm the landscaping proposed for Springfield Road, please? I suppose your picture there shows that a lot of hedges retained, but obviously there is access.
So, as I mentioned, this is an outline application. So landscaping is actually reserved for later consideration should you be minded to approve this application today. However, that site layout plan does give you a clear indication that hedging would need to be removed, obviously on that site frontage, to open up the vehicular access. However, existing hedging to either side along the remainder of the frontage, albeit that it's indicative on here, it's showing you how that existing tree screening and landscape planting can be retained. But landscaping is not an issue before you today.
Thank you.
Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. On the amenity point, I have to agree with Councillor Brooke. I can't see anything wrong with it. I can understand the residents at number 40 being slightly concerned, but I think there's more than adequate measures being taken by the applicant to prevent any of that harmful overlooking, especially given that the aspects closest to it on number 40 are blank and without windows. I think that the design is contemporary. No, it's not particularly similar to anything else around there, but the nature of that area with the blocks of flats next door, I think, removes some of that concern for me. I think if this was the first block of flats to be going into that area, I would have a lot more concern. But given that next door you've already got a couple of blocks, the topography obviously doesn't do it any particular favours. But the screening there, I think, is more than adequate to protect any overlooking going down the hill in Springfield Road. And I can't see any planning reasons why we should go against the officer's recommendation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Barron.
Thank you, Chairman. I know this road very well because it's actually my ward. And it's Councillor Stribley not, she's called it in, hasn't she? But she's not, right, okay, that's helpful. So I think the proposed is an entirely different design to number 44. It has a flat roof and it's a floor higher and a completely different design. I don't really like it. I think it's too bulky. When you see the aerial picture, it really does. I know this is a bit of a sort of well-used phrase, but it does look to me like a blot on the landscape. And with it being on a hill as well, I think it's going to look even more imposing. So at the moment, I'm finding it hard to like this application, Chairman. But I know it's early in the debate, so I won't say any more. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor O'Neill.
Could I ask that the officer goes back? There was a slide that showed Verena, and I think it should, yeah, it was a side elevation or front elevation of Verena. That's it. I draw your attention to the left side of the screen, and one of the reasons for my concern is substantially this is a 3-storey construction. And it's quoted as a reference point. But actually, if you look to the right of that screen, you will see that the high rise in the land is nearly up, though it's halfway up the 3rd floor. The proposed building, which will be to the right of that and a little bit higher up, is actually 4 stories. That's my concern about dominance. That's my concern about the impact it will have on 2 or 3 houses in the area, and I think that's very valid. I think we need to actually consider the existing residents and their amenity space against this proposal. I accept the need for more housing. I don't have an issue with that, but I think this is a unique set of circumstances where the land scaling and the scaling of the proposed development does have a dramatic impact on the surroundings. Thank you, Chairman.
Councillor Farquhar.
Thank you, Chair. I'd just like, I understand that it's an outline, but Platinum Skies, which is referred to as another flatted development, has an abundance of solar cells, according to Google Views, upon its roof. As an outline, it's it's kind of not beholden upon the applicant to actually sort of suggest what sort of environmental sort of offsets that they'll do, whether it be greening or Sylvian roofs or solar panels or heat pumps. But it is actually says in the application that to overcome the 20% requirement for accessibility flats is that they've put at the top a 5-bedroom. But it's at the top. But I'm having difficulty to understand why somebody who has accessibility needs and without a lift being proposed would actually consider that a 5-bedroom at the top of a flat development is suitable for their accessibility needs. So perhaps I'm not sure who would expand on the mindset behind that as a proposal to overcome the 20% requirement that's outlined in the paper. Perhaps you could assist me, Chair.
Thank you. Steve, I wonder if you could come back on that.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I don't think in terms of the report it's actually intended to identify which of the 10 flats would actually be proposed as the adaptable and accessible units within this scheme. It's referring to the one 5-bedroom unit on the 4th floor, but it also makes reference to the 9 2-bed units, and there is a condition which is attached to the addendum sheet, which is actually requiring details for those units to come forward. So we would have to identify exactly which of the units being proposed would be the adaptable and accessible housing units to meet the requirements of PP12.
Thanks, Chair. That clarifies that. It seems a shame in the outline that it wasn't actually considered needs for people that have accessibility needs in actually sort of laying it out. And it just seems an afterthought to me in the proposal that refers to the 5-bedroom unit.
Thank you. Any further comments from anybody? No. Would anyone wish to make a move on this? Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. I'll move that we grant in line with the officer's recommendation.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder for that move, please? Councillor Lawton.
Chair,
Yes,
is it possible just to come back in on one point at this stage? So
absolutely.
The condition on your addendum sheet, it refers to the adaptable and accessible homes as shown on the approved plans. I would seek that we amend the wording of that so that a scheme has to be submitted to indicate the adaptable and accessible homes, so that we would need to strike out the wording as shown and identified on the approved plans, because that hasn't been shown on those plans at this stage. The scheme would need to indicate to us which of the units are going to be those adaptable and accessible houses.
Yeah, I'd be happy for you to do that, Steve. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Would the mover be happy for that? Yeah. Okay. Any other comments or any other members before we move to the vote? Mr. Firth.
Sorry, Jeremy, I just noticed one thing, just to clarify one point, if I may, with Mr. Llewellyn. I think this is outline, it's been described. As far as the conditions are concerned, right at the end, has it got the standard outline conditions attached to it? Because it seems to have, I'm not sure it has, but I just want to clarify.
Steve, does this have the standard conditions at the end?
Or outlined?
Chair, no, I'm just looking at that. So it doesn't, I'm afraid. So in terms of the conditions there, we would need to also amend some of the conditions. So they would need to be stating conditions rather than GN 150, which is the first condition. That's the 3-year implementation. We would need to replace that with a condition which allows the outline consent to be valid for the 5-year period, but the reserved matters having to be submitted within 3 years and then implemented within 2 years of the last of those reserved matters. So again, if we could amend the recommendation to allow that to be deferred back to the head of planning to resolve those particular conditions as well, please. So apologies for that.
No, that's not a problem. Thank you for that, Steve. Yeah, so mover, if you're happy, I will amend the move to make it delegated to head of planning for recommendation for conditions. Everyone happy with that? Yep. Okay, in that case, members, we will go to the move and we will start again in name order. If you could say for or against, please. Councillor Barron.
Against.
Councillor Borthwick. Councillor Farquhar.
Against.
Councillor Hall. Sorry, Councillor Hilliard.
For.
Councillor Lawton.
For.
Councillor Brooke, you are abstaining. Yep. Councillor McCormick.
For.
Councillor O'Neill.
Against.
Councillor Rice.
For.
And Councillor Trent.
For.
Myself also for. And Councillor Johnson.
For.
Thank you. Could I have the numbers, please, Chris?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I have 8 votes for, 3 against, and 1 abstention.
So thank you very much, members. That application is granted in line with the officer's recommendations. Members, just a quick point of clarification on a couple of the applications earlier on today. There were conditions that had been amended in the addendums, and I'd just like to clarify that members, where those were voted for, were happy with those amended conditions as well as the acceptable conditions as well. Is that happy? Everyone happy with that move?
And the resolution itself.
And the resolutions, yeah. Okay, thank you very much for that. And on that note, before we close the meeting, somebody's skiving off and is not coming back to join us again. And that'll be young Artemis. It's Artemis's last day with us today. And she's done an amazing job since she joined us. I, for one, really sad to see her go. It's, in my opinion, it's a huge mistake, a huge loss to the planning for this town. For the BCP area. She's done a wonderful job in pulling around what was a very dire situation a year ago, and she really has done a fantastic job. So Artemis, we are going to miss you. Thank you very much for what you've done, and don't feel too afraid to come back. And if you want to move back down to this horrible part of the country, then feel free to come and do so. All right, but thank you very much for what you've done for us. Much appreciated.
Thank you to you and Vice Chair and everybody for putting up with me and putting up with all the changes as well past year. It has been amazing, and I am truly sad to be going. You're all great.
Now that's the good news. Artemis is going. Let me give you the bad news. We do have an extra planning board scheduled in now for the 4th of October. If you could put that into your diaries. We have 3. It's Artemis's fault. You should have had 10 applications today, but she said, I ain't bothering. It's my last night and I can't be bothered to do any extra.